in this extraordinary symposium. Honorable Mazia, we have got our researchers here, we've got our diaspora joining us online. We have captains of industry, we have Department of Science and Innovation also joining us online. We have country focal points coming from different countries in SADC, which are also joining us in person and also online. We have researchers from all institutions of higher learning in the country. We also have captains of industry, and there is also a representative from the Kenyan Embassy from Pretoria. Welcome, Minister. In our program, which is also joining us online, they are just going to give us brief remarks, and then okay. Mr. Riaboka Muriabi, can you please take the floor, sir? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Namalungelo Jele, and of course, I'm so excited to be bringing you all the action and, of course, all the proceedings that are happening here at Happy Valley. Namutla Segu Southern African Research and Innovation Management Symposium. Basically, there's going to be conversations that are happening in terms of like strengthening research, and of course, we know that it's 2024. We are very creative, we are very innovative, and of course, we are looking at management in terms of what do we do with the research as different SADC countries now. Eswatini is also a part of SARIMA, and of course the conversations that are happening here today are very important. Now the theme for this year is the role of research and innovation management in accelerating inclusive multidisciplinary research and promoting research impact. So science here today, all the proceedings are very important. Also, we hope that they foster, inspiration when it comes to our little scientists, and of course we are looking at research impact. There's a lot of esteemed guests that are part of this initiative today. We have the Honorable Minister of ICT, Savannah Mazia, and of course, we also have the President of SARIMA, which is also a part of this initiative, who is also rather a part of this initiative today. We hope that the conversations and the proceedings that are happening here today are going to be very helpful to the people that are watching, be it you're watching from social media or you're also a part of this initiative today. And of course, we hope that Eswatini can become great by all of the proceedings that are happening here today and learning from other SADC countries that are also a part of the symposium here today. So stay tuned, because we're dealing with scientists, and of course right about now the entire world is talking about climate change, the research that we need as Eswatini and as different SADC countries into ensuring that they are solving emerging problems as a globe. So we hope that Babugelago are definitely going to have a useful insight into the world of research and innovation. It's 2024. We hope that this is going to be useful to everyone watching.
To promote research and innovation management as an institutional, national, and regional priority. Second one is developing capacity and skills for research and innovation management, and also to promote networking, collaboration, and cooperation between SADC research and innovation managers and institutions. There are some achievements under SRIM 1 as highlighted as follows. The program was successfully implemented and resulted in numerous noteworthy outputs, which include the following. 1 institutions participated in the Research and Innovation Management Fellowship and Mentorship Program. 12 institutions received Research and Innovation Mentorship Support. 12 institutions received mentorship support to set up technology transfer offices. About 400 research and innovation managers in the region were trained, and 20 courses and webinars in innovation management were accredited internationally through the Alliance of Technology Transfer Professionals, ATTP, and approximately 600 researchers were trained in IP awareness through IPWise. These are the achievements under Stream 1. For Stream 2, I will simply highlight the key objectives. I think as the discussions goes on, more will be shared regarding the Stream 2. My objective now is just to share with you some highlights. The objectives under Stream 2 are promoting connection and cooperation between research and innovation management practitioners, institutions, and other role players within research and innovation ecosystem. 2, advancing research and innovation management and strengthening the professional and technical skills and capacity of institutions and practitioners in the SADC region. The last one is developing knowledge outputs and resources for better coordination and support of research and innovation ecosystem in the region. The objective of this symposium that we are having today, the symposium seeks to create awareness on the role of research and innovation management in supporting and accelerating impactful multidisciplinary research and endeavors while advocating for the establishment of dedicated research and innovation system in national tertiary institutions. Symposium then will look at the sub-themes as the discussions are proceeding. For today, there will be some sub-themes. Sub-theme 1 is diversity and inclusion in research and innovation. 2, the role of multidisciplinary research in addressing complex challenges. 3, research impact and translation of research outcomes into real-world benefits. 4, ethical and responsible research practices and the role of artificial intelligence in research and innovation management. What is research management in this case? Research management involves the capabilities that research-focused organizations harness so as to optimize and amplify the processes and impacts of their research activity and outcomes. Research management consists of research planning, strategy, and policy development, research ethics, and integrity, research development, partnerships, and collaboration, research funding, managing funded research, research data, and research information management, research uptake and utilization, organization and delivery of research management services. Research management also includes transversal areas such as societal and research values, utilization, internationalization, knowledge management, streaming for equity and equality. Research management is described as a third space between professional and academic domains, which integrates research with that of multiple constituencies in order to maximize the research impact. The innovation management is explained as follows: the provision and management of support services to progress potential innovation projects from the earlier stages of development until they reach the marketplace. The range of activities to support researchers responsible for the technical development of innovation is vast, from researching market trends, facilitating intellectual property protection, to seeking industrial partners, actively driving the delivery of project milestones, and negotiating the commercial engagements needed to create value for all stakeholders involved. Why managing research and innovation is important? Let's look at the definition that is given by Professor Lundvall and co. The National Innovation System is an open, evolving, and complex system that encompasses institutions and economic structures. The quality of its elements and of the relationships between the elements determine the rate and the direction of innovation and competence building emanating from a combination of experience-based and science-based learning. I will share with you the generic national innovation system model. Of course, each country has its own unique model, but this one is a generic national innovation system model. As you can see when you're looking at the diagram here that I have just shared, you will see that the entire innovation system is made up of different systems, which of course include political system, education and research system, and the company system, which is the industry. And also we can ignore the role that is being played by the intermediary research institutes. And also we can also look at the issue of funding. When you look at the banking, venture capital, then issues of intellectual property rights. So as you look at the role that is being played by the education and research system, the education and research system has to have those collaboration linkages with the industry, because there is no way that we can have an impact if these linkages are missing, because you have to have the linkage between the industry and the education system. So this is very important. That is why the SADC Secretariat decided that we should develop research uptake guidelines so that research doesn't end only at the universities, but also it should impact the society and change the lives of the people. The ministerial meeting in DRC, of course, they approved the research uptake guidelines. And the ministers noted that even if there is an increasing appreciation and addressing the need for research impact in the region, a crucial issue remains the translation and operationalization of research output into actionable insights, which can be used by policymakers, practitioners, beneficiaries, communities, and other development actors prescribing policies and or making decisions. On one hand, it is argued that academics and universities tend to prioritize research that only enhances academic outputs, scholarly reputation, funding, citation metrics, and international higher education rankings, and largely at the expense of considering how research could address local needs alongside economic and societal challenges. On the other hand, users, companies, government officials are not necessarily able, resourced and motivated to engage with researchers to either appreciate the implication of research outputs or to provide meaningful inputs into research processes. The ministers further noted that there is a need to initiate or enhance policies to foster research uptake with a view to demonstrably improve the economic and societal impact of academic research. Research uptake considers the extent to which research users can access, analyze, and rely on research in a variety of contexts and decisions, and have the opportunity and ability to interact with the research community. Equally, uptake implies that research need to be able to embed research questions and problems that of social, economic, and cultural relevance, and to disseminate their work in a way that can communicate their insights or implication to a non-academic audience and eventually lead to change. In turn, engaging intentionally and strategically with research uptake is expected to lead to research impact. which is typically defined as a demonstrable contribution of academic research to society and or the economy. The decisions of the ministers was as follows. Ministers directed the SADC Secretariat to implement research uptake guidelines and recommended that they be implemented in conjunction with the ongoing program on strengthening research and innovation management capabilities, which is currently being implemented by the Secretariat in partnership with the Southern African Research and Innovation Management Association, SARIMA, and also the Department of Science and Innovation, South Africa. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude on my remarks and encourage or recommend that the member states should take this research and innovation management very serious, and they should also try to contribute to the implementation of this program. As you can see, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of trying to manage the research and innovation ecosystem, because without the management of research and innovation ecosystem, it will be very hard to come up with the impact that is solving the societal challenges. So at this point, I would like to say thank you. Merci, obrigado. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Mragabi, for that wonderful speech. I think it is clear from his speech that as we are transitioning from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy, we really need to look into research and innovation management so that we can amplify the processes and now have impact of research, not just which we are funding, but also on the society, address local issues. You know, when we're researching, sometimes you just take an issue or which maybe is not local, not a contextualized issue. So our research, we should also make it contextualized so that we solve our local issues as Eswatini. So he has also stressed that ministers also see the need of creating a conducive environment for research and innovation. As Eswatini, we are also taking that up. We are also creating policies. We're also looking at the environment for researchers, making it more conducive for them to solve our local issues. Thank you very much, Mr. Mragabi. So up next, we have Dr. Masego, Director for Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation. She will be addressing us on the role of the Department of Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation in research and innovation in the country.
Honorable Minister, focal points, distinguished researchers, captains of industry, good morning. Thank you once again, Dr. Msane, for the introduction. I'm going to be brief. Yes, it's a overall presentation on what we are doing as a department, not only as a department, but as a ministry, because what the department is doing, it's for the overall ministry. You might recall, ladies and gentlemen, that continental strategies, not only strategies, but protocols that are emphasizing the role of science, technology, and innovation in sustainable development. We are doing that so that we can ensure that we are relevant, because as you know, science is not done in isolation. So we want to win, hence we want to ensure that we are relevant to what the world is doing. Just what I've shown there, some of the strategies, yes, we have our National Development Strategy, which is SSDIG 2030. These strategies aligned to the United Nations SDGs, the 2030 ones. Apologies for that to say. So also we have Agenda 2063 from the African Union. We also have the SADC protocol on science, technology, and innovation. According to the 2030 agenda, harnessing STI is very, very crucial in achieving actually all the 17 goals. It is for that reason that all countries are encouraged to prioritize STI for sustainable development. Yes, some may say it's only SDG number 9 because it talks about industrialization, but all in all, it is clear, you can Google it, all the SDGs, for them to be achieved, it is critical that we prioritize STI. What we have, I'm not sure what's going on here because it was clear from my side. It's the project. Okay. All right, then what we have noted as a country is that for us to ensure that we win in the SDGs, not only in the SDGs, but in our national development strategies, I've shown here that we have prioritized STI research for economic development. We have prioritized agriculture. We have prioritized education and training. We have prioritized the health research. So thus, it is not only in our STI policies, but also in the national development strategies. So here I have picked just a few policies, not from the Ministry of ICT, but from the whole of government. Those policies, they are also emphasizing the fact that if we do not prioritize STI, then our economy will not see the light of the day. Also, you will recall that just in 2022, we were asked, are you now the first world country? But whether at the end of the day, it will take time to see it come to pass, but you must have a vision. We had a vision and we have revised it. We are saying, yes, we want to ensure that science, technology, and innovation is at the center stage of our economic growth. That is why that vision is still alive. We still find it in our national development strategy. It is for that reason that we made a decision. We might be the late comer, but we have made a decision that we are investing in STI. It is for that reason that in 2015, the Department of Science, Technology, the Department of Research, Science, Technology and Innovation was established by our government. This department is one of the 6 departments in the ministry. I had to include this slide because people, they keep on saying, where is the department? Maybe it's because there's it's ICT, Information, Communication and Technology. We are going to work on that. And not only that, they would ask, why are you not in the Ministry of Education? We have packaged it differently. We are under the Ministry of ICT, and we are the youngest department in the ministry. Thus, we are doing very well under our principal secretary. And some are saying, what is the difference between RSTI and RSTP? Yes, RSTI is a department that is is responsible for developing national policies in the STI sector, but the parastatal, that is RSTP, it's also under the department. Thus, the department is responsible for making its policies. Then maybe you're asking yourself, they've been asking, what are you responsible for in the country? We are developing the policy regimes, legislations, the regulatory frameworks for the RSTI sector. We are responsible for establishing key institutions in the national systems of innovation. Already we've established some. We are about to establish the National Research Council. We have established KIAS, the Kingdom of Eswatini Academy of Sciences. We have established a YZ, that is the Organization for Women in Science, Engineering and Technology. We are also responsible for mobilizing resources for R&D. We are also responsible for advising government and the private sector when it comes to RSTI initiatives. This is what we are busy with, strengthening the national systems of innovation. I will repeat to make it easy for some of us. I know we have researchers, you know what the national systems of innovation is all about, most of you. But I always tell people that the reason we are still alive is because our systems, they work in agreement. If the circulatory system can just say no, now I'm not working anymore because of 1, 2, 3 certain diseases. That will be the end of you. The urinary system, yes, you can try and patch it there and there, but the truth of the matter is that nothing will go well in the body if the waste is not taken out of it. The same thing applies. We are saying we are strengthening the national systems of innovation because the world has realized that you cannot win if you do not work as a network, if you do not work in collaboration. It is for that reason that I recall the Vice President of SARIMA yesterday who kept on saying, it's all about the ecosystem. It's all about ecosystem. If one is failing us, then it's difficult for us to strengthen the national systems of innovation. Here I have the business and the industrial system, which is part of the bigger system, the national systems of innovation. I also have there the education and the research system is also part of the bigger system, the national systems of innovation. We also have there a government and even the NGOs, even the public at large is part of the national systems of innovation. Our Honorable Minister yesterday said, if we can come together, surely we can win. I know, I'm not sure if she's enjoying all the presentation because she keeps on saying, where are they? They are at the back. Are they at the back? Okay, good. So we are trying, Honorable Minister. We know that we are saying, I want to see, how is your research impacting our nation? How is it impacting the world? Think out of the box. We are thinking out of the box. The products are there. I know our Honorable Minister, our PS, will assist us in taking it to the world. Also, here I have the diagram showing our national systems of innovation. And unfortunately, because of the light is not clear. But in 2009, there was a research that was done by the University of Pretoria on behalf of the African Union. Guess what? Out of the 54 countries, we were at the last bottom three. So it was us, Angola, Comoros, weakest national systems of innovation. It was even stated no department or Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, research is not funded. There is no institution funding research. Even in the universities, research is weak. So that was our story in 2009. Not only that, when our Honorable Minister actually is not happy with the fact that we always, each and every year, we are launching. Not only in our ministry, in different ministries, in different organizations, but what are the results of those meetings? Where are they? So here it was stated that in the Kingdom of Eswatini, they have, we can see good record, they are having meetings and all that, but think of the junior achievements, there's no follow-up. Think of the science fairs. We have good projects there. Nothing is happening, it ends there. We will ask the students, where are your projects? They don't even remember where they are. Just think of it, if we were to incubate those projects, what to change. That is why we are advised by our Honorable Minister, please ensure that you get rid of some of the words in your vocab. Ngitawubona, angengikhona, or hayi kutimali, or such. We are trying, and we want to get rid of those words in our vocab. So because we need to change the story. So that's, I'm not going to go into the details, but we all know the situation in the country when it comes to issues of research. Then the question is, because this conference is about management of research and innovation, what is the situation on the ground? Yes, we know we were known in 2009 as one of the, out of the 54 countries in Africa, we are amongst the 3 with the weakest systems of innovation. What is the situation on the ground? What's happening with the funding of research? You can see in terms of R&D expenditure, government is leading. Then the question is, where is the private sector? Then in terms of who is doing the research, who's doing the research? Where are the funds going? We have noted that most of our research is funded by our partners. I couldn't believe, this is a risk. I couldn't believe in one of the meetings we were discussing as to how do we bring in foreign direct investment. A partner said, remember you signed this protocol where you agreed that because we are giving you funding, that means you want some of your intellectual property. Dr. Dludlu is here. We were struggling how to justify that, to say in terms of our intellectual property. And at the same time, we are saying, our partners, we can't do without them when it comes to some of the activities in the country. But we do it at, it's very expensive for us because nobody can fund you just for the sake of it. Everybody will ask, what is there for me? So then we have to read the finer print. Then what does the money do? What we've noted is that mostly the money for research that we have, it goes to applied research, applied R&D. So remember, we have to invest. I know CSIR, they've already changed, Department of Science and Innovation. They are also prioritizing basic research. You get a lot of money if you are doing basic research also. Then where does it go? Yeah. Where does the money go? We have noted that when you check, you find that mostly it's mostly for buying instruments. Remember, we don't have capacity. Find that whatever we have instruments, which is good, but we also have to build capacity. As it is, only 0.32% of our GDP goes towards our research. Remember, we pledged 1% in the African Union. We've signed for it, but we are far from the 1%. Going to be quick there. What kind of research? We are leading in health research. We are doing well there. We are also doing well in agriculture. But what I've noted when I was doing my research, health, we are leading there because mostly our citizens are used as guinea pigs. You find that when now the HIV drugs, they are coming back, they have tested here in the country that it's working. It's not working, it's working, it's not working. So do you realize why? And we don't even have we were complaining with the late Director of Research in the Ministry of Health to say, where is our data then? So that we can benefit in the 5th Industrial Revolution. We can have a look at what is there, then we make money out of it. It's not even in our country. All right, then in terms of the R&D personnel, remember we are saying we've made a bold decision, transformation to knowledge-based economy. But where is the skill? Because from the look of things, when we're checking, this is a survey, it was published in the African Outlook. In terms of PhD, you can see males are leading 11% versus 5%. In terms of STEM degrees, you can see at bachelor, ladies are doing well, but as you go up, it's another story. Then how are we going to win if we are not using all the citizens that we are having? So something must be done. Then also in terms of the field of science, where exactly are we leading in terms of skill? In terms of natural science, you can see here 75 versus 14. This research was done by SAPAC in 2018. So 75 versus 14, far low numbers. These are low numbers in terms of our female researchers. You can see if we are saying we are transforming to resource-based economy, something must be done in terms of capacity building. And we can only achieve that if we fund research, we fund masters, we fund PhDs. One thing that is comforting, the youth is actively involved in research, as you can see. Between the age of 25 to 34 years, we see youth, the youth there, 43% of it versus 23% the seniors. They are doing research. Thank you to the youth. That means they are ready to ensure that the country transforms to knowledge-based economy. Our principal secretary yesterday, when reporting to our honorable minister, made it clear that when it comes to innovation, we are not yet there. Look at the situation. ICT is at the center stage of digital economy. It is at the center stage of a knowledge-based economy. But in terms of innovation, we are sitting at 17%. In terms of collaboration, also, we are not doing well. We are not even collaborating with each other. We are just okay, Gutaulu. So we need to get rid of that vocab in our, that word in our vocabulary. Thus, the ministry, through the Department of RSTI, it has strategic objectives, strategic issues based on the issues that we have raised. It is for that reason that we have prioritized development of policies, we have prioritized capacity building, we have prioritized collaboration, we have prioritized awareness in terms of STI. Thus, what is it that we have done so far? Remember, we established in 2015. What is it that we have done so far? What we did, we knew that there is no way we can develop policies for the country if we have not done the R&D surveys, if we have not done the innovation surveys, because the policies must be informed by evidence, which is also reviewed by peers. That is why these results of innovation survey results and R&D are appearing in the African Innovation Outlook. It's a publication that is approved internationally. Here we have the bioeconomy strategy, we have the NRC Act, National Research Council. Remember, we are saying we want to fund research, we want to fund our postgraduate students. We also want to ensure that those products, we know whether they can be by our citizens. So that's the National Research Council. We have the RSTP Act. It was revised because the first one, it needed some attention since now, remember, RSTP is combined with GCS. Now RSTP is a special economic zone. So it is for that reason that we needed to revise it. We have the STI policy. It has been to Cabinet. It's just that we are busy with some corrections. So that it's finalized. We have the constitution that establishes a WISET, the institution or organization for closing the gap. Remember, we said there is a gap. There are fewer women in research. We have the Academy of Science. Those are think tanks for the country. We busy. Stakeholders we are busy with we are busy with the IKS policy, because we are saying we are well known for indigenous knowledge. So let's get money out of it. The IP policy, the Ministry of Commerce is busy with it. We will be doing this year. Our minister made it clear that we need to partake in the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. Hence, we have the 4IR, but is going to be combined with the 5IR strategy, artificial intelligence strategy. We need to participate in the knowledge-based. One interesting thing about it is it addresses the issue of cannabis. It says we can reap, we can add value to our cannabis so that we can also benefit like other countries. Lesotho is doing it, South Africa is doing research on cannabis, and there are products in the market already. Why not us? So also in terms of Prof. Priscilla one day was saying, in terms of indigenous plants, we have a lot as compared to the other countries in Africa. Why can't we benefit from them? It is for that reason that the bioeconomy strategies also prioritize indigenous knowledge or research related to indigenous knowledge. So there is a lot in the bioeconomy strategy, but I'm not going to include everything at this point. This is the STI policy that we are busy with. Also, I wanted to show you that what it addresses, don't mind the small, I've taken the B there, because it says, considering that already we are strong in terms of health research, why can't we ensure that we strengthen the health system and we make sure that we have our own products? It's so embarrassing. You go to any shop, you have this tea coming from somewhere, you have that tea coming from somewhere, and comfortably so. I can say, please buy me this green tea from wherever. Why not from the country? Then this is the national research. It has been approved. It's an act of 2023. We are busy with the regulations. I just had that picture just to remind you that let's stop with the Ndawon. Siseti Mali. We will see. That was in 2002, where the building is at the University of Eswatini, Luyengo campus. It was opened by our then Prime Minister, Barnabas Dlamini. But look at the scenario. We are still, from 1972, and I'm sure Namibia didn't have then, when we're thinking about it, when we're holding those meetings like we're holding them today, Botswana didn't have a National Research Council then, and we already had this idea by 1972, 50 years down the line, we are still talking about the National Research Council. I wonder who bewitched us, because we have great ideas, but implementation is a problem. So this was just a reminder to say, look at that office is rotting. And it's even opened by it was opened by our Honorable Prime Minister. And also, remember we said it's also responsible for establishment of the key actors in the national systems of innovation. Hence, here I'm sharing with you that RSCP is part of the key actor in the national systems of innovation. We are saying, as we're doing our research, they should be assisting us with incubation. They should be assisting us with commercialization of the projects, of the products. Those are the different departments in the at RSCP. We have the National Data Center. You see, we are ready for the 5th Industrial Revolution. We only have to stop saying ngitawubona, because by then we will be again will be left behind. There's an advanced school of ICT. We have the special economic zone there. We have a lot, but some of them, because of the policies, find that it's not easy to implement. But let's make those mistakes. Lastly, 2 slides more. Those are characters I've already mentioned. The YZs, just to show that we are busy at work. There is Chair Prof. Sugati, there she is. There is one of the founders, Prof. Mota, founders of KIAS. In terms of collaboration, remember we said we are not doing well. We have tried, we have MOUs specifically for science, technology, and innovation. Unfortunately, for now, one of the most active, which we are busy implementing vigorously, it's our MOU between ourselves and South Africa. Otherwise, Prof. Emilia, we have with Mozambique, is because they've changed now. The Department of Research is in another ministry, hence we are still finalizing. We have drafted, we have submitted to some of our counterparts. Kenya is here. We also finalizing an MOU with Kenya. So we are doing well. We also targeting the Philippines, reason being that Emaswati are all over the world and they are doing well. When we're doing our research, we realized that Philippines is one of the countries which is leveraging on the diaspora. And they are doing it very well. They treat the diasporians like kings. At the airport, everybody knows that at the airport that a diaspora that is going to invest money in the country is in the plane. So they will be waiting to usher that person from there to the hotel. They treat them very well. A person with money, don't play with that person, because if it's investment is key. So that is why we have to ensure that we make use of our citizens which are outside the country. Singathi yebo kuphi sihlupheka bokuphi sinjani asibasebenzise, they've made it out there. They are our resource, let's take them as our resource. And this work which I've shared with you is only done by 4 of us, and we are saying in no time, as you can see, transformation from resource-based economy to knowledge-based economy, you need capacity. Hence, we have this proposed structure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director RSTI. I think our researchers today are getting to know about the department and what we do as a department. So it was this talk was very, very important, because we know that people have been asking, what do you do as a department? Yes, we are creating awareness on several platforms, and this is one of the platforms that we are using to create awareness about the department. Director, you stressed on collaborations. We cannot work in isolation. We have to work as a team, pull our resources together. Hence, we are in this symposium, we are stressing on multidisciplinary research, which is the buzzword these days. Even if you want to get funding, your research must be multidisciplinary. We cannot, say for example, solve climate change on your own as a scientist. You need social science, you need humanities, you need indigenous knowledge practitioners to come in. So we're stressing on multidisciplinary research. We have stressed on evidence-based policies. We've also stressed on us working sonke singemaswati as one, because science is cross-sectoral in nature. Everybody is a scientist futhi. So insaba yethu sonke. And if we really want to get there, if we really want to solve our problems, let us work together. And let us not leave behind IK. Asingayishiyi ngemuva. And I think now, Prof. Emilia, you'll be comfortable in your presentation, because now you know what we do as Eswatini. Please let us welcome Prof. Emilia, the SARIMA President.
Sambona. Google said I'm coming from Mozambique, all the way from Mozambique, as if Mozambique is far away. Mozambique is just around the corner. That's what she should be saying. I was actually bringing some prawns for all of you. But at the border, they told me people from Eswatini, they don't eat prawns. So I left it at the border. But this serves as an invitation for you all. I see that some people like prawns. So you're welcome to Mozambique to enjoy the best prawns in the world. And it's just like even less than 2 hours driving, and you are there. Honorable Minister Savannah Mazia, Dr. Maseko, Director of RSTI, Mr. Dube, the Permanent Secretary of ICT, all the protocol observed, all the vice chancellors, pro-vice chancellors, my SARIMA colleagues, the focal points, all the protocol observed. It's my great honor to stand here today, and I'm delighted to be in Eswatini. This is our first ever symposium in Eswatini. So it's, for SARIMA, it's something special to be here in Eswatini. And we are talking about having results, products. I didn't have a chance to meet the minister yesterday, but my colleagues from SARIMA, they met, and I know that our honorable minister is looking for products. So for SARIMA, it's something very important to have so many researchers here and to introduce you what are we doing as SARIMA. My talk is made easier because of the previous speakers. So they have talked about some of the issues I was going to talk today. And the last presenter, this big lady, big in terms of, her talk, it was really good. I think she deserves another round of applause. And she presented very clear the landscape on research and innovation in Eswatini. So it really makes easier my talk today. I will be introducing SARIMA, and then I will talk a little bit about the SRIM project, which this symposia is running under. So in terms of SARIMA, I have to say that we are not the first association in research management in the world. The first association in research management in the world is Nkura from the United States. But we are the first one in Africa. SARIMA is the first association in research and management and innovation in Africa. But now we have YARIMA from Eastern Africa. We have CARIMA, Central Africa. We have WARIMA, Western Africa. And we have been in contact with people from Egypt. I know that Egypt, they also want to have a Northern African Association and Research Management. As the first one, we are proud to say at SADC, we are the leaders in terms of research and innovation management. Who is dealing with the slides? Oh, okay. 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 Thank you. And this year we are celebrating 22 years in this area of research management. I have to say that all the other RIMS association were actually born under SARIMA parenting, I would say so. I think it's important to stress that we are not a researchers association. We are an association in management of research and innovation. This area of management in research and management is not so well established in most of the African countries. In most of the African countries, there are researchers, but not managers. They do research by themselves. They are the one who have to look for funding. They are the one who have to write the proposals for funding. They are the one to have to seek partnership with the industry. And that makes this task very heavy and difficult. No wonder why in Africa, according to statistics, we produce less than 2%. The area of management is an area to support researchers, to support them to write their grants, to support, you know that researchers, usually they are not good in budgeting. They do some crazy things when they are budgeting. So they should have a support from the managers, those who knows how to write budgets, to support them. They can say, you know, I want to research about this plant and this type of blood, but in terms of budgeting, not good. Most of the researchers, they are not also good in terms of building partnership with the industry. They do their research and they do their publication. But we want more than just publication. We want managers to support researchers to take their products to the world so that what we are researching is known in the world. So SARIMA is a platform of research innovation, as I said, and the main objectives of SARIMA is to support researchers, is to promote and facilitate best practice, is to strengthen the system. Thanks, Dr. Ruchois, for talking about the system. Yes, SARIMA is looking to support research and innovation as a system so that it can work the way we're expecting, so that we can have the impact. And our audience, of course, are the research and innovation managers. I know most of the people participating in this event are researchers themselves. But myself, I also started as a researcher to move to the area of research management. So it's an open door for many of you to see this area of research management. Our key objectives: capacity building. The first thing is capacity building. As I said, and we did some studies in SADC, and one of our weaknesses is that we don't have professionals in the area of research management. We don't have professionals. Zimaza, you should tell people then about our professionalization project, so that those who would like to take this area, they can get a certificate. You know, it's in research management, but now you can get your certificate in research management, not as researchers. It's also objective of SARIMA to foster, to coordinate activities. That's very important. You know, to have the MOUs with Mozambique, with Angola, Namibia, and all those countries. So we are facilitating coordinations and networks. And to create a climate of research, it's important to have a culture of research clear in our institution. By culture of research, I mean when we are talking in the corridors, when we meet during our coffee breaks, our lunch, we have something to say about research. It's not only about the car you just bought, the dress which is just beautiful, but also about in which stage your research going. Our talking is mainly about research. If you walk in the corridors, you will see pamphlets, you will see funding advertisements for us to apply. So we are also promoting that climate that will conduce to research culture. And of course, we are seeking to establish mutually beneficial links with all other institutions. So, because of these objectives, our activities have been mainly, I said one of our objectives was capacity building. So we are very busy in training and in offering a course for professionalization. Right now, we have the IPRC project, which is offering course for professionalization. But a part of that, we have online and on-site training. At that table over there, please feel free to get more information. We have some pamphlets about the course. We also organize conferences and forums like this one. We have our annual conference, and for the first time, we will have the annual conference this year. And that's a good news. I have a good news and a bad news. Good and bad. The good news is this year, the conference will be for the first time in Mozambique, a Portuguese-speaking country. When we talk about inclusivity, you know that in SADC we have Portuguese-speaking country, we have a French-speaking country, we have English-speaking country, and of course our local language. So this is the first time we are going out from an English-speaking country. And Mozambique, as I said, is just around the corner. That's the good news. The bad news, people were so excited about having a conference outside South Africa. And outside Namibia, we had a conference once in Namibia, once in Botswana, but they are English-speaking country. And they ran to register. So we are now out of registration. Full booked conference. We were expecting, because it's a Portuguese-speaking country, maybe people wouldn't like to go there. We were expecting like around 200 people. We are now 350 and running in trouble with the conference venue because there are so many people going to attend that conference. And this is also an invitation for Eswatini to think about organizing SARIMA conference the next years here in Eswatini. The good thing is because people get to know more about SARIMA. And from my own experience, I can tell you, I grew a lot from my involvement with SARIMA. From a basic researcher up to where I am now. I'm a veteran of a university, but still in research management. And there is a lot we can learn and we can benefit from being involved with the SARIMA. So we have all these events. We also, in terms of activities, we promote networks and exchanges with other RIMAs in Africa and all around the world. And we have a platform for advocacy and awareness, because awareness is very important for us to be aware of this area of research management. If you become a SARIMA member, you will benefit. For me, the first benefit is that you learn, as I said. You learned so many things in terms, how to navigate in this area of research and management. But you can also get all these kind of benefits, like discount for all the events, access to information, access to international opportunities, access to SARIMA networking. Today, if my colleagues at my university, they want to apply for a project and they need to have a collaborator from DRC or from Angola, it's so easy for me. From Malawi, it's so easy for me. I just contact people from SARIMA and ask them, please, can you help me? I need someone from this university. And we are so well connected, and it makes things easier. Isn't it, Doug from Malawi? If I need someone in Malawi, Doug, do you know this university? And the connections are done. My friend from Botswana. So we really benefit a lot. So that wasn't about SARIMA. Join SARIMA, be informed about SARIMA. Now I'm going to talk about the SRIM 2 project, which I don't have much to say because the first speaker already talked about the SRIM 2 2 project, which is the Strengthening Research and Innovation Management. This is one of the 3 biggest projects we have at SARIMA at the moment. We have many more projects. We are very busy with so many projects, but these, I would say, are the biggest one. The SRIM2, the Science Granting Council Initiative, which supports the Grantees Council. What's the Science Grant Council in Eswatini? It's the National Research Council. They're the one to provide funding for researchers. Okay, we have that big project to support the science grantings because there is no research with funding, and this funding has to be properly done so that we can see the impact of the research. So people from the Science Grant Councils from SADC countries are getting courses, are getting conference, and they have capacity building for the science grant councils. And the other big project is the Gates Foundation, which is also about supporting research managers. We have mobility programs, exchange program, mentorship program under this Gates Foundation program. And they are actually one of the big supporters for our delegates for SARIMA conference. There are many, many people around Africa who benefit from funds from this project to be able to travel to Maputo, to pay for accommodation, to pay for the conference fee, and to learn. They are one of our big funders. But we also have, as one of the bigger funders, WHO is also supporting Mozambicans, Brazilians, and the Angolans, a Portuguese-speaking country, to participate at this conference in Maputo. So the SRIM2, the first speaker already said about the program and the objectives, and it's mainly about strengthening this area of research and innovation in the SADC countries. I was lucky to be part of the SRIM1, which ran from 2015 to 2017, I think so, and it was great. We did some baseline studies to see where are the weaker areas at the research institution in SADC countries. And it's mainly for the results we got from the SRIM1 that we are building the SRIM2 project. And the Zimasa is the project manager of SRIM2. We have the focal point in Eswatini. Gugu is the focal point for the SRIM2 in Eswatini. Again, it's about supporting, it's about facilitating, it's about promoting this area of research and innovation management. So these are the objectives, as I said, according to the activities. I don't think I will need to take long here, as the first speaker has gone into details to each objective. And up to date, we have some achievements if we talk about this project. We have 31 SRIM country focal points. I said Google is one of the country focal points. We have 31 focal points. We have had 2 international events. We had 3 regional symposiums, 2 in Lesotho, 1 in Botswana. So we are having the 4th one in Eswatini. We had 13 focal points supported to participate at SARIMA conference, and participate at SARIMA conference is very, very important. We had 5 SRIM focal points support to attending international network research, the INORMS, which is the international, a bigger association than SARIMA. We have the Excellence Award guidelines developed. Each conference of SARIMA, we award some, we recognize some people who are doing good, who are doing well, who are doing excellently in research and innovation management. And we had the 2 virtual RIM online course and many other activities. So if you want to know more about SRIM, these are the contacts. You can contact the country focal point in Eswatini, Gugumsane, and you can also contact Simasa Sopusa. So I thank you for your attention. Again, the good news and the bad news, the conference in Maputo, but do get involved with SARIMA. I'm telling you from my own experience, you can learn a lot. And we are talking about inclusivity. One of our flags in SARIMA is inclusivity. I have to say, it's not to put like extra value in myself, but it's always good to share good things. I learned so much from SARIMA, and what I learned in SARIMA, I'm sure, that's what made me the first female vice chancellor in Mozambique. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Emilia. I think we have learned about what SARIMA is about. And it's a very, very, very good organization. You know, our researchers, they have a lot on their shoulders. And now they also have to manage research and innovation. So SARIMA supports that part. So those functions, some of them, they are taken off the researchers. She talked about capacity building. It's very, very key if you want to become a research and innovation manager to take courses. I think Ms. Sopuza will be talking about that. We learned a lot about SARIMA activities and how we can get involved. And one thing that we can do as researchers is to from sithathe lama courses lanka kunana kulokuthiwa lifelong learning. Sometimes you'll be like, I'm done, but please kudinifele kanjalo. Please uyangena ufunze until you die. Okay, at this point I'll ask our PS, Mr. Dube, to come and introduce our honorable minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Msane. Mine is a very short one, but difficult as well. Difficult in the sense that when you are called upon to introduce your boss, it is always not easy. And I don't mean a boss, but I mean a boss lady. The SADC Secretariat, Honorable Minister Savannah Mazia, SARIMA President, Department of Science and Innovation Director, Country Focal Points, Vice Chancellor and Principals from institutions, diaspora, captains of industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I note with great excitement at how the theme for this remarkable event, the role of research and innovation management in accelerating inclusive multidisciplinary research and promoting research impact, resonates deeply with the objectives we collectively strive to achieve within our national research and innovation ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the esteemed, accomplished, and multidimensional visionary leader, the Minister for Information, Communications and Technology, the Honorable Senator Savannah Mazia, a tireless advocate for science and innovation, not only in the Kingdom of Eswatini, but globally. She's considered as one of the most influential women in the continent, whose work includes being heavily involved in philanthropy with a focus on women in science, technology, engineering, and maths. We are also inspired by her countless accomplishments because she is also considered as one of the top 100 women globally in STEM. Mazia was the first African member of the C200, a committee of world's most successful leaders and entrepreneurs, just to mention. I think that deserves a round of applause. Minister Mazia's steadfast commitment to the integration of research and innovation is pivotal in positioning Eswatini as a hub of innovation. In her personal capacity, Minister Mazia has led numerous initiatives to promote STEM education, initiated a program that collaborates with African First Ladies, heads of state and government and industry to advocate for girls in STEM and also to raise funds for scholarships. Needless to say, or rather to mention, that with such accolades, she is rightly positioned to be at the helm of promoting research, innovation, and technological advancement in the Kingdom of Eswatini. Her visionary leadership is pivotal in shaping our policies that encourage investment in research and development, consequently strengthening our national systems of innovation. Since taking office in November, she has launched the Eswatini Digitalization Program, aptly called Government in Your Hand project, aimed at bringing government services closer to the people through digital platforms. As we embark on this symposium, let us draw inspiration from Minister Mazia's vision and dedication. It is my great honor to invite the Honorable Savannah Mazia to share her insights and officially inaugurate the Strengthening Research and Innovation Management Symposium 2023-24. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Minister Mazia to the podium.
Welcome to our wonderful kingdom. You're so wonderful. Thank you. My assistant in chief. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our wonderful kingdom of Eswatini. We are so thankful to have so many countries here to share and talk about innovation, about research, and the management of the two. I'm very touched to see the women that are leading this initiative. Most of you that have heard a little bit about me will know that I've got a bit of a bee in my bonnet about women and development. I'm always trying to find ways to get women to lead. But then we must lead differently than the men. We must really lead. It's an honor, a privilege to host you all to this important symposium on research and development in the SADC region. Our ministry, the ICT ministry in this kingdom, is profoundly aware of the importance of research and innovation. SARIMA, thank you for the good work that you're doing in research and innovation management. It's really important. I would like to say, though, as you develop more researchers, innovators, please add courses on budgeting, marketing, and just general financial management. I think the time is gone when we go to school just to learn one thing and we never add finance and we never add budgeting. I think one of our limitations in our education system is we earn salaries and don't know how to manage them. We have businesses and they fail because we don't have a relationship with understanding money. So I would hope that part of the development that we do is to teach our people about money. We cannot go forward when we don't understand the flow of money and the relationship it has in research and development, importantly. I think we all understand that we're duty-bound to ensure that we open up opportunities for the people in SADC and the people in our continent and all our citizens, so that the innovation that I've been hearing us talk about is very exciting to me. The research that we are all here to talk about is really interesting to me. But the team will tell you that we had a bit of a coffee yesterday, and because this is my first job in government, where for the first time in my life I'm working for a pension. Yes. What interests me as a business person, foremost, is I'm sure all of you in your different departments have traveled the world and have talked to global counterparts and have seen global initiatives. I'm still not sure why we cannot translate that into solutions for our continent. I'm still not quite clear why we're not solving the many problems that we have in our continent. Innovation management and research management is, how do we create this future? How do we ensure that the role of research and innovation management is accelerating to the point where we are solving the problems of our youth, of our women, and our continent in general? One of the things I find we tend to do is to go to London, to go to Paris, to go to New York and say, oh my God, look what they've done. It's so nice. And so when trips come and it's going to Rwanda, all right, I'll go. But trips come to New York, yes, let's go to New York. And we do not bring back the things that we're seeing. We seem so comfortable to say, it's nice there, but not here. So my urge today is, how do we turn this research to value? How do we turn the management to protecting our inventions? I went to a fashion show the other day. All right, just a small side quest thing. And one of the largest fashion houses in the world was using Ndebele culture, was using Sutu culture as a fashion and making all this money that rightly should be ours, or that we should have a portion of. And what we will then say together, we'll have coffee, Rejoice and I, and we'll say, hey, these foreigners, they all come and take our jobs. They all come and do this. And what have we done as Africans? The thing that really, really scares me more than ever now is the next 20 years will be vastly different from the last 20. There's a little thing creeping in called AI that doesn't care about your Africanness, that doesn't care about your 3 PhDs, that doesn't care about the theses that you wrote, that will just take over. So we become a continent of very educated people. We become a continent of highly, with the most theses in cupboards somewhere, that never see the light of day in changing the lives of our people. And I think it's incumbent upon us as we get more and more educated to say, in a career that tends to spend about 30 years, can you say when you retire, I wrote a thesis, I produced a service or a product, and the people of Malawi are now the better off. Or better still, the continent is the better off. I always think we must live a life of purpose. I always think we must live a life that we can say, had I not been alive, this would not have happened. This life would not have been changed and made better. It is the thing that I say, how do we use research for a better today and tomorrow, and use it to improve inclusion? We cannot look to anybody else for our problems. We cannot look to anybody else for solutions. They are in this room and many other rooms in the continent. As our speaker was saying from SARIMA, West Africa, East Africa, now Northern Africa. Are we saying, with all our education in this room, that can match anyone in the world, it's okay for us to be able to say, oh, look at the people in South Korea. Took them only 30 years. Or look at the people in Dubai. Took them only 40 years. Or look at the Swiss, the Singaporeans. It took them only this. Look at the Vietnamese. They had a war. Look at the Japanese. They had Hiroshima. And look at us. Sure, those guys are nice. Is that where we're all comfortable living? With all our education and all our research and all our innovation and all the management therein. If the tables were turned, I said this yesterday to the team that I saw, and we were on the outside of the window. I always call it the restaurant window, where you're on the outside of the restaurant and you're looking at people and you're starving. You haven't eaten in months, and you're looking at people in a fancy restaurant eating a meal. If we, who all earn wonderful salaries, were on the outside, would we be comfortable with conversations like, these things take time? Would we be comfortable in saying things like, well, we're looking into it. Well, we're correcting this comma and this full stop. Would we be comfortable in that? Are we happy to say to our unemployed youth, our women who are not financially secure, no, we're still having meetings, we'll come back to you. No, still researching, we'll get back to you. Would we be this patient if we were on the other side of the window? I don't think so. I think we need a sense of urgency. I think we need to be able to say, it's time to turn research into reality. It's time to turn research into production-focused research. No one has bewitched us to rejoice. No one. We have bewitched ourselves because in our minds we've taught ourselves others can do it. In our minds we've said it's okay for others to have better than us. No one has bewitched us. We have become comfortable in pointing fingers and saying why something can be done. We have become very good at being excuse magnets. Why it can't be done, I can give you a list of why something cannot be done. And so we do not work with urgency. And so it's okay for us not to be able to say, hey, my fellow Africans, this AI thing is real. It's a revolution that if we're not careful, will overstep all our researches, will overstep all our PhDs, and it's a thing that you cannot negotiate with. It's an algorithm that doesn't even understand your accent. It keeps saying, say that again, say that again. It's a thing that has no respect of anything but works for its masters. And we're not even creating that. Do we live a life as wonderful researchers and managers of research where we can be able at the end of our careers to tell our grandchildren and great-grandchildren that we wrote great papers? My God, my paper won an award. And we don't say, with our natural plants that the good Lord gave us, we were able to research and find a cure for cancer and find a cure for all that ails us, or products, be they high-tech or low-tech or middle-tech, that solve our problems. I would love to thank you for this symposium, but I'd like to say the next 20 years are going to be vastly different from the past 20. How can we work together to have a sense of urgency? How can we say to each other, our Rubicon, and been lucky enough to get the education and write the papers and have the networks? What products can we produce that can change these lives? Because I always say in every speech that I talk, because I really, really understand the statement, to whom much is given, much is expected. We are given much. We meet many nationalities. Let's not be comfortable as Africans to be in the statement where any time someone mentions us as a people or our continent, we are happy to be called Dark Africa. We are happy to have an association with mediocrity. I would love to urge you to work with business. You know, one of the things that's in the presentation was the money doesn't come, business doesn't give. Business is a funny thing. Business wants to see the bottom line rejoice. You cannot research something that I as a business person cannot see the line to the bottom line. And sometimes researchers come to me and say, I want to do this and I want to research this for our foundation, which we invest in researchers. And you say, but this is not going to do anything. It's almost entertainment. How is it going to solve the lives of 1.2 billion people and then the globe? Then you get, no, but I think it's important. They are nice to haves and they are must-haves. We need to find a relationship between the management of research and innovation and business. That before you even start the research, find out what does business require. Then they'll fund you. If you don't know much about business and marketing, but create and innovate for things that will protect us from AI takeover, from things that will move our continent forward. Because when they talk about the fact that we'll be 2 billion and we are all recipients of aid, and we are all recipients of just research that does not move the needle, we are in big trouble. So I urge the women who are now leading, ladies, take up the mantle. Ladies, push as if our lives depended on it. Because guess what? Our lives depend on it. If and when AI comes and we are not ready, what they call a dark continent will be referred to as a closed continent. Please, ladies, and please, men, work with us to open up this continent, to lighten it, but most importantly, to engage in innovative research that is us to create solutions for our people and for our entire continent. There's no ways we can be comfortable earning salaries and not ensuring that we go to our retirement and our graves like other nations who can stand tall and say, the light came from us. The phone came from us. The food you eat comes from us. We've got to be able to have something we can say. This is Africa. And were it not for Africa, this would not exist. We can't live a world where every conference you go, we say, we're the richest continent in the world. We've got minerals under the ground, more than anybody else. What have you done with them to solve the world's problems? No, they just come and take and go away into their own countries. You open the door for them to come and take. No one is a prisoner and comes here and puts a gun to your head. You are happy for them to do so. How can you be happy for us to have some movement of this needle? God has given us plants to solve medical issues without side effects. God has given us minerals under the ground, because these ones, they're going to just give them all away and they lock the door and close. But they're still, even though they're under the ground, there are nations who don't have these minerals, who use our minerals for the advancement of their countries. Where is our shame, and where is our desire to be research, innovation, productive, solution-oriented? The solution is in this room and in every other SARIMA room. So when we have conferences and we drink good coffee, it's nice, the coffee here. Every time you take a sip, ask yourself, really will I go to the end of my career only having produced a paper and a wonderful thesis? Or can I be part of the human race and be an adult and actually provide a solution that will change the lives of my people? Because I got the chance to get an education and I must give back. So to whom much is given, much is expected. And I expect a lot from all of you and your wonderful minds. Have a wonderful conference. Thank you for visiting our wonderful kingdom. Please do me this favor of moving our lives forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for such an encouraging speech. Yeah, the papers and the thesis, they are really, really good. If you get that paper out as a researcher, it's really, really good. But Minister says, let us push it forward. Let us not end there with the papers and the thesis. And most of our theses, they are rotting somewhere outside the borders of Eswatini. Let us push forward and get products. So you have really touched on commercialization of our research, transforming research into products, and research should be used for the betterment of the lives of Eswatini and the continent. You have done your research. Is Sitangan as Eswatini? How is it moving, that need that the Honorable Minister was talking about? Have you changed their lives? Or have you, your solutions, also she talked about local solutions. We should look around, what problems do we have as Eswatini? Base our research on that so that we get local solutions for our own problems. We have solutions coming from everywhere. You take up those solutions and they become problems. But they were not meant for us. They were meant for other countries. Let us contextualize our research. Let us get the local solutions. And she talked about AI. Yeah, with AI, I'm even scared to mention what she said. We're going to move from dark to closed continent if we don't act now. Thank you very much, Minister. Siyabonga kakhulu for such a wonderful speech. Okay, I have just a few announcements to make before we go out for tea. The first one, can we please meet by the staircase outside for a group photo with the minister? And also, We have our exhibitors on the other side or on the far end of the room. Please do check what they have. Sibone ukuthi Eswatini i-research yethu is let's in. They have products. I think some of the products might be up for sale. Siba support my researchers ethu. Thank you very much. Okay, let us convene for the photo, and then after that we'll go straight for tea, which I think for now we have to reduce it to about 20 minutes. Thank you.
And gentlemen, the first session is done, and of course it was quite inspirational, motivational, and definitely educational. We had different esteemed guests making their presentation here today. The director of RSTI making a very esteemed and very well thought presentation on the fact that Eswatini is leading when it comes to health research, but why don't we implement the research that is being done into making sure that we improve our healthcare system? And of course, the Honorable Minister ICT Savannah Mazia also made her presentation talking about artificial intelligence takeover and how Eswatini need to take a stand into making sure that we do not get comfortable with what we have locally, because we need to be people that are innovative. We need to be people that are definitely creative. And of course, there's a lot that has been said. We hope that people were taking note of the key important things that were being said here today, saying that as Eswatini, we need to stand up and be very innovative, very creative, so that we manage the research, but it should be research turned into value. That is what the Honorable Minister said. So we hope that with that being said, there's something that you took away from the proceedings of today. And right about now, it's time for us to maybe catch, a few minutes with the Honorable Minister, and of course the President of SARIMA as well had a few things to say. We hope that we'll catch them for an interview to talk about a few things. And of course, we know that women are not leading in the science field, so we hope that those are the key things, that we need to address as well. So it's a conversation lana, a happy valley, and of course as a Ema proceedings, we hope that there's more that we're going to be showing you guys.
So that they, but mainly it's just about the event, the significance. But let me, can we give me just a second so that I call the other guys to come in?
Yes, please do.
How are you, sister?
I'm fine, thank you.
Would you like me to go through with you with the questions I'm going to
That would be
ask
great,
you?
yes.
Okay. So the first question is, why is research management important? And what measures are in place to ensure that research and innovation is also made a priority in Eswatini?
Okay.
And then, what kind of research would you say is of utmost importance looking at the global challenges such as climate change? And then, how can we change the narrative that only a few women are in the field of research and innovation?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
On a Wednesday morning.
Which position would you like? Can you come forward a second, Mr.? Thank you.
Are we waiting for others?
Okay.
Please give me.
For this time, and thank you for asking. You know, research is important in any country, so it's obviously important in ours in Eswatini.
Yes.
But my speech, as you heard earlier, was we've got AI that's coming, and we've got to figure out a way that enables us to use research to really solve the problems of our people in Eswatini and in the continent. If we can be able to not just focus on theses and writing up research, really figure out how do we use it like other countries do. Could say Eswatini can be able to move forward to be a country that's going into the, you know, the being a first world country. How do we really encourage our researchers and our PhD fellows to use it for the betterment of Emaswati, whether it is in the social space or in the economic space? We need to be able to really work with our researchers to do this.
Yes, Minister. And of course, what would you say are the measures that are in place for researchers and innovators to be made a priority? So, what industries should be made a priority when it comes to research and innovation in Eswatini?
I think every industry is important. Health's important, education's important. But I also do think that we, if we're going to be going and be part of the world, have to be able to see what is our role in the AI environment, what is our role in digitization, and researching how we can be leading in that, how we can be benefactors of that. Because if we don't study and we don't develop in that area, we really are running the chance of being absolute and irrelevant.
Yes.
How do we use it for you, the youth, to be able to go forward and be able to create? We have an environment where you can open up businesses, but not just research for research's sake. Research for solving problems in every part of our lives, in every sector, so that we are able to develop. We don't have time anymore to say, we really have to really use His Majesty's command of Ngwe in every area, especially in the area of research, because we've got to find solutions. And God has blessed us with plant, with minerals. We've got to find ways to solve the medical issues, to solve the economic issues, to solve the social issues, and we have the answers.
Yes. And of course, we are speaking globally being affected by climate change. What would you say are some of the things that we need to look into as solutions to solve that problem? Because it is a problem that is affecting everyone, Minister.
we're not the cause of this. We're the recipients of this.
Yes.
We've got to again look at solutions using research to see how we can minimize its impact.
Yes.
Because we've got agriculture as one of the areas we want to lead in.
Yes.
And it's going to affect our soil, affect what we're planting, affect our food security. So how do we use it in those areas? How do we research its impact, short-term, long-term, in a variety of areas? This issue of the water wars that they talk about, which is the next wars would be about the shortage of water, because it's the issue of climate change also impacts on water, also impacts on food security, also impacts on healthcare. How do we research and use research to minimize that? How do we ensure we don't continue to live in a world where climate change is impacting us and we're getting poorer and poorer? How do we research and ensure we find a way that the impact is not negative for us?
Lastly, Minister, before I let you go, we are speaking research and innovation and a few women being found in that particular field. Where do you think we are lacking as a country and globally? How can we get more women to engage in this field?
We need to start at the beginning, right? We need to start at grammar school, we need to start at high school, we need to go into universities, and we need to create these careers. But the great thing about it is this very same eye we speak of, the science that we're talking about for the future, is really opening up those doors, even if some people are closing them for us. I think we need to be active and intentional about women.
Yes.
Active and intentional about the youth. It's not going to happen because somebody dies. What do we do now? What do we do to be inclusive today? I always say it's very easy when you're inside the restaurant to say, well, tomorrow. But the people on the outside don't have the patience. I think women need to be encouraged, need to be supported, and we need to bring in a new management style.
Yes.
I think the management we have currently is very patriotic. It looks at things as very linear. There's no other way of doing these things. And yet as women, we bring in not only the area of expansion, but also we bring in a mother position to say, how do we create something for the future, something we may not use ourselves, because we are people who always think of the future generation. So I think it's important for all men and all women to look at how do we engage. So each woman, wherever you are, bring up one woman or two women. Make sure that you're mentoring women and ensure if there are opportunities, you ensure that a woman is able to fill that opportunity.
That is beautiful, Minister. Thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate the time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's still a beautiful day having important conversations that will change Eswatini and of course the entire globe forever in a lifetime, making sure that, countries are definitely economically developing. And of course with me, I have the most esteemed guest. I have the president of SARIMA, which is the organization that Eswatini is also under. Her name is Professor Emilio Nyalevelo. Guys, I hope I said that right. Did I?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
How are you feeling, Professor?
I'm good and I'm happy to be here in Eswatini.
Yes, it's so good to have you. And of course, we are speaking innovation, we are speaking research. I just want to find out your vision, for innovation and research management. What is your vision?
Yes, my vision is actually based on the fact that research and innovation is the crucial part of if we want our researchers to have impact from their work. So my vision is to have a strong research and innovation management in Africa,
Yes.
which will be a reference abroad, and people will talk about how we manage to go up and have impact from our research.
Yes, and of course, President, I would like to find out, how SARIMA, the organization as big as it is planning to capacitate researchers and of course administrators in terms of making sure that they understand research and innovation management. You were talking inside in your speech, and you were talking to us about the professionalism course. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, one of our big activities is capacity building. And under this capacity building program, we have a professionalization project, which is about getting people, professionals in this area. Most of the people who are doing research management, they are not even aware that they are doing research management. They don't have certificates in this area. They are just doing by curiosity or because by chance in their work. So SARIMA is offering a possibility for people to have certificates in this area and also to attend our course into research and innovation management. We have on-site and online course in this area.
And I feel like that is such an important cause indeed, President. And I just want to touch on the challenges, because it would be idle of us or, to shy away from the fact that there are key challenges in terms of research and innovation. Would you highlight some of those challenges to us?
Yeah, they are challenge, of course, and because SARIMA is for southern countries, the first challenge is that we don't speak the same language. Like in SADC, we have English, we have Portuguese, and we have French, and no doubt this is one of the challenge we have. But at SARIMA, we are trying to translate all the materials in both three languages, so that's what we are doing. But they are also challenged because being a new area in Africa, it's sometimes difficult for people to understand this specific area of management of research innovation, because it's not to do research, it's not to innovate, but it's about managing this area. So there are also some challenges to make people understand and to get the awareness about the importance in this area, but we are working on that.
Yes, working on it indeed, President. And lastly, before I let you go, I just want to find out as to how can SADC countries collaborate with each other in terms of knowledge sharing, because you cannot be a researcher and know it all. It's very important for countries to come together with their experts. So how can we work together as SADC countries to make sure that the vision is definitely one that we attain?
Yes, that's a very important issue. And as we say in Africa, the spirit of Ubuntu. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, you have to go with others. So we have to collaborate, we have to be together. And one of the things we are doing at SARIMA is to promote networks among countries. Like this event here, this symposium here in Eswatini, we have people from Botswana, Malawi, and other SADC countries. Some are attending physically here, and others are attending online. And that's one way to promote the collaboration. We do really to promote collaboration. We have to be together so that we can achieve what's our vision in terms of impact of research and innovation. We can't continue to depend on other countries, usually the Western countries. We have to be ourselves doing research and that impact our lives and our economic development and social too.
Thank you so much, Professor. We hope that you have a beautiful day. Our conversation was definitely one that was very insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, it's time for us to take an ad break. We'll be right back with the proceedings that are happening still at Happy Valley. We'll be right back.
To it. So I'll just talk. I'll just give you a brief introduction on R&I management. So this is just a definition which I felt captures R&I efficiently. R&I is very broad. You can look at it from different perspectives. But these guys talks about R&I being embracing anything that universities and other research-focused organizations can do to maximize the impact of research activity. So the keywords are maximizing the impact of their research activities. So I felt this was a definition that captures what R&I is supposed to mean to us as we move forward. So research and innovation activities and projects obviously generate new knowledge. That's the basic idea. When we do this research, we are looking to produce new knowledge, new information. And it's important that whatever we do, we sort of align it with national needs. What are our national priorities? What are our national problems? So we do research that sort of meet national needs. That's important. And at the end of the day, we need to be seen or trying or moving towards that direction of improving societal problems or societal needs or improving societal welfare. I am still thinking about a lot of what the minister was talking about, and I'm just hoping. I just hope we had probably a number of her, probably in cabinet. I hope the politicians are not listening. If only we had a number of savannas in cabinet. It looks like things could be a bit better for us moving forward. So generally, we know that from literature, we know that R&I increases productivity and it fosters economic growth. That's the general notion. When we do research, we know that we produce information, and that information ultimately will inform our decision making, will improve our services and whatever else that we're doing. So as we move from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy, and that has been the buzzword since we started. We're tired of digging. We don't want to dig anymore. We want to dig something else. We want to dig data. We want to move in that direction. So as we move from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy, obviously your higher education institutions and your public research institutions are going to be very key, because we will need the research. We will need as much information as possible so that we move in the right direction and we make the right decisions. So I picked this because for me it just sums up everything that we need to do. It's either we embrace this wave of change, because change is here. It's either we embrace it, or everything that we've been doing until now will all be in vain. Let me just quote. There's someone who sort of summarized something like this quite succinctly, and I must say, as a Kaizer Chiefs fan, it's hard for me to say this, but the chairman of Orlando Pirates summed it nicely. Dr. Ivan Koza, he said, "You can't use yesterday's sun to dry today's laundry." So if we don't move with the times, everything that we're trying to do will always be in vain, because we'll find that problems have sort of changed, and we're still using ways that we're using the previous day. So let us look at our policy framework. So our policy environment, what policies do we have in place? What are the gaps in those policies, if any? So the country has a guiding document. It is sort of our national Bible, so to speak, our national economic Bible, so to speak. We call it the National Development Strategy. So this is where it's also aligned to the National Development Plan. This is where government crafts our direction as a nation, as an economy, to say, this is the direction we're taking this year, this is what we're doing, this is how we're going to get there. Now, specifically, let's look at the one, 1997. So in 1997, government identified STI. Oh, by the way, Director, we need to do something about that acronym. Maybe we can call it SIT or something. Yes. All week I've been Googling STI. Yes. Anyway, so government identified science, technology, and innovation as key drivers of the economy, as way back as 1997. It was only in 2012 when RSTP was established. 1997, 2012. Worse still, it was only in 2014, when the department that is supposed to oversee the work of that was established. So I'm bringing this to say something needs to change somewhere. Great idea all around, but something is lacking in the implementation. Anyway, so what I picked out from the science, technology, and innovation policy was that the National System of Innovation, our innovation endeavors, our management structures, our policies, everything that is in place, it is improving. Unfortunately, it is still weak. We're still not doing enough. Our National System of Innovation, and Director here was talking about it earlier. Our policies, for the most part, are the problem. Director, it is unfortunate the minister is not here now, because from our meeting yesterday, I wanted to still emphasize the fact that without the required framework, without the required legislation, it is hard to do anything in this economy. So it is still important to make sure the policies are in place. It is not an excuse, it is a fact. So I was just hoping that she would be here so that we can talk about this. And I'm happy that she was listening yesterday, and I hope she's going to help us push some of these policies. And I heard this somewhere. Again, I hope the politicians are not listening. I heard this somewhere. When you want a policy, when you want to get a policy enacted in Africa, you need to go there with nothing in your hand. You can't go to a politician with a product in your hand and then ask them to, with a policy, to push the product. Someone said that. It wasn't me. I have forgotten who it was. Let's leave it at that. The National Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, these are some of the policies that are in place. So this is the policy that we've always been waiting for. This is the policy that is sort of, it lays out the foundation for research in the country, and it gives us direction. Later on, I'll talk about something called National Research Priorities, which is something that we always never had. And it's important to make sure that they are in place. And these are some of the documents that will articulate that. So the NST IP, I prefer it this way, Director, instead of the STI. So it seeks to promote domestic R&D and strengthen the national system of innovation. Now, this is the revelation. This is our eureka moment as researchers. This is something that we've always been praying for. The director talked about it, the National Research Council Act. So now we have an act that sort of implements the National Research Council. For all researchers in the room, the National Research Council is what will coordinate research at national level. Most importantly, Director, we are waiting for that. We are hoping that the National Research Council is going to help us in some way to access funding, which is by far the biggest problem that we have as researchers, access to funding. So these are other policies as well that are in place, and obviously they have to do with research and innovation. So this is a graphic depiction of our gross expenditure on R&D as a country compared to other countries in SADC. Now the director touched on this. We made a declaration in trying to attain the development goals to say that we are going to spend 1% of our GDP on research and innovation, or research, or either research or development. They use them interchangeably. So this is what the country is spending currently. Slightly over 0.3%. I think it's 0.32%, Director. But then you can see what other countries are spending on research. And for me, the take home is always the guy who's spending more, how far are they in terms of their development? You have countries like Germany, for instance, who spend close to 3% of their GDP. And look where they are. This is source of funding for research and innovation in the country. This is what government provides in whatever form. The chunk of it comes from external funding agencies. So what is the landscape in terms of institutions in the country? So these are your your higher education institutions. We have about 5, I'm going to say about 5 because I wasn't sure about one of those universities they asked me to put there. So we have about 5 universities in the country, one that is national, and then we have others that are private. So some of these universities have standalone research units. For instance, the University of Eswatini has a University of Eswatini Research Center, and then an institute called EMIP. They are involved in medicinal research, medicinal plants, and medicinal those type of plants. They are over there. You can go and have a look. The problem with our research in our institution is that it is discipline-based research. So we do research in our own disciplines. We do research following this paradigm. The worst thing that happened to Africa was for someone to tell us about this publish or perish concept. So we are chucking papers like nobody's business. Unfortunately, our publications, we don't grow. For instance, we haven't written as many books as we've written papers. The question always becomes, isn't your knowledge growing? Something is amiss. And the problem with our publications is that they are in this type of journals. We call these predatory journals. These are journals that are produced at some point overnight when there is a call for promotions. The following day we sit down somewhere in a corner, we look at papers, and people get published. Unfortunately, this is where we publish most of our papers. Our knowledge transmission or our tech transfer is problematic as well. It is not practical. It doesn't change. We always go to conferences. We always publish papers. That's how we transfer our knowledge to our audience. So I've already talked about this, the high level of journal publications that does not translate to book chapters or actual books published. There's a problem there because we are still using books from economies that are different from ours. But we are chucking papers. People will give you a list of 30 papers that they've produced in a year. Some people are good like that. Anyway. So this is the model that most universities follow. We publish as much as we can so that we can get as many points as we can so that we get promotion. For us, that's generally what it is about. So unfortunately, this means that there haven't been or there are not as many, or I haven't seen any patent applications, startup companies, or tangible products from some of our research. And now this is just the general picture. It doesn't mean that is not from research. That's from research, but generally, this is our story. Now let's quick look at how research is structured in terms of the institutions that are involved. For instance, in the absence of the National Research Council, we have government at the center of research. Now, government has these institutions, for instance, that are involved in research at the immediate level. For instance, there's RSTP. This is Malkin's Research Station. And I'm told there's a research unit at the Ministry of Health. Government also has SAPAC, which is involved in policy research. Now, government does all the research to improve services to industry and of course, the public. Government has a public university, the University of Eswatini, which does research on her behalf, and government supports the university with funding. Government also supports these universities with funding as well in terms of scholarships for students. There's also Butu, is it Butu or Boto? Boto. There's also Boto University, which is amongst the universities in our landscape. Now, where do our universities get funding? Most of the funding they get from external funding agencies, which means most of the money that is used for research in our institutions comes from outside. Unfortunately, some of these funds also go to a SAPAC. A SAPAC also accesses some of these funds, meaning even our policy research is funded externally. Now, of course, these institutions, they disseminate their information or their research to industry and of course, the public. Now, industry also has its own research units. Within companies, we have research departments, and of course, they provide information or innovation to help industry improve their products or services to the public. I'll speak more on this tomorrow when we talk about what needs to be in place for an effective research and innovation setup. But this is an example from the University of Eswatini, where we have a body called CNET, and underneath that body there is a body called the Research Board, which obviously regulates research. There is a technical advisory committee which looks at proposals or applications for grants. There is the University Research Center which coordinates research. So that is the flow of research ideas. For instance, if there were national research priority areas, they would come through here and then they would flow all the way down to these people who are responsible for the actual research. We have MEP as well. And these three are our ethical research committees. So before any research can be done, you need to apply for ethical clearance. This is our publications. Now, I used international data because it's always important to see yourself from other people's eyes. Every time you look at yourself in the mirror, you rarely see everything that is wrong with you. But if you use data from outside, you always see the picture. Now, I have departments at the university which produce more papers than the national annual output. The question is, where did these guys get the data? And the answer is, these guys usually capture data from accredited journals. So it's only papers that go in accredited journals that are PE on the World Bank database. So all your 30 papers might not be captured because they are not in the right journals. Eswatini is right there, the black dotted line. We are at par, neck and neck with Lesotho as always, competing for the scraps. And you can see the other countries that are doing well. For instance, this is Zimbabwe at the very top. This is in terms of publications per year, national publications per year. So let me quickly draw your attention to this part of the graph. These are patent applications, national patent applications by citizens. This is 2018. So I picked this year because it was the most productive year for SADC. At the very top, we have, what is this, Mozambique with 34 applications for patents, outputs of research. I'm sure by now you have strained your eyes and you are exhausted and you've given up and you've realized, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are not here, unfortunately. So that is the story. That is the message. We don't have any patent applications in the last, what is this? This is 2017, in the last 7 years or so. So let me quickly go through this. We have two public research institutions. We have SAPAC and we have the Ministry of, Malken's Research Station. We have an innovation hub at RSTP. Government has also, does also have ministerial research units, of course. There is minimal autonomy of our public research institutions because of budgetary constraints. Because government funds, because they get funding from external sources, they are not as autonomous as they should be. Our ministerial units, our ministerial research units are reactive in a sense. We always look for information when something has happened. For instance, we started looking at COVID when it hit. We looked at HIV when it hit. So we're always reactive. We are always behind the crisis in terms of our approach. The private sector, of course, they have their research units as well, but most of it is profit-driven. And the minister was right to say it is always about the bottom line for business. What is in it for me? So obviously, there's also little or no institutional-led patent applications even from this sector. So what is the take-home summary? We have weak institutional and legislative frameworks, director. We don't have this, unfortunately. We don't have this, and this is important because it would outline research. And of course, we need the ethical frameworks as well to go along with that. So we need national research priorities. Government needs to tell us what are the areas government is prioritizing in terms of research. There has to be coherence in terms of our policies as well. And the National Research Council is responsible for that. There's no research agenda. We don't even know which areas are important for government or which direction do we go. We need to improve the linkages and coordination between the different units of government. Our research process is still abstract, very abstract. It's about me and what I know, and it's about me advancing my goals. And of course, it doesn't change. Our dissemination is still the same. We have policy. We haven't been able to learn from policy director because we haven't had certain policy instruments in place for a while. Our education system is not adequately configured or aligned in helping us build an economically relevant skills for research. It was worse back then. I have no idea what the situation is now with the recent revisions. Our ecosystem is getting smaller. People are resigning and going into industry. People are dying, and people are leaving our country, director, in search of greener pastures. Our economic environment does not support research in the very least. It is very hard to do research in this country. But most importantly, there's lack of R&I funding. We spoke about the 0.3%. So we don't know whether it's expenditure on research or it's investment on research. We don't know whether it goes to your department or to research as a whole. Sorry, ma'am, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mlipa, about that informative presentation. Usjela about our R&I management landscape in Eswatini. What goes into the ecosystem, what is missing, the policies which are there, and the policies that we need as a country, and that research agenda is very, very important. So I'm just going to allow 2 questions. And then for further clarification, maybe you can have a chat with Dr. Mlipa at lunch or during breaks.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Joy Ndwandwe, founder of the Indigenous Knowledge Hub. Lipa, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is, in all the trend, that was such a beautiful landscape. In all of that, how much of the research agenda is driven by decolonization, Africanization, and indigenization as we move into the 21st century so that we are really strong to face the IA that the minister was talking about. Thank you. Who had a hand up?
Thank you. I'm Lungle Kininza from the Ministry of Economic Planning and the National Population Unit. I'm just curious about you have mentioned that there is the National Research Council. So in my thinking is like, since we're trying to probably incorporate innovative, I think that council should also state that it's a National Research Innovative Council, because it is going to be also monitoring even the innovative aspect. So other than to be using that 19 or 2000 and something years, maybe let us try to innovate the way we're saying our council should be an innovative council. That is just my suggestion. Another thing I just noted is the issue of the collaboration with the population unit, because here we're touching on critical issues, which is talking on brain drain. We need to do some studies, especially on the international migration, as to what are the effects in the country. We're seeing people migrating to Taiwan already now, but what are we saying as a country? And imagine government is working money into investing into graduates here, but who is consuming those graduates? So what are we saying about those things? We are spending a lot on investing on our human resource, but what about consuming them? So maybe we need to do some studies even on that, as to how much government is putting into people all of a sudden, and how much gain does he get from that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The suggestion about the focus of the National Research Council, Director, you got that. It should be encompassing, and to some extent, research is the basis. So it's research and innovation. So as long as it's the National Research Council, it still covers innovation. It still covers R&D as well. So, but of course, she's the right person to look into that. In terms of the start, Dr. Sakol, here is, did you get that, sir? It's an idea for research, brain drain, how much of our people are we losing? Where are they, and what is the benefit where they are, vis-a-vis if they were in the country? Don't worry, ma'am, your assignment is in good hands. When with the first one, I was still trying to just decipher the three words that you used, ma'am. Okay, but let me just say this. This is how I think about what you were saying. So our research agenda, first and foremost, we don't have one. So it's what about what I want to do research on. We don't have a national research agenda. We don't have national research priorities. We don't even know where to go, but we take most of the blame. Honorable Minister, with all due respect, we do research. But if no one comes to say do research in these areas, I'm going to do the research that I like. After all, I went and found the money. So it is from the perspective of the researcher. It's along what their interest as well, since there is no national research agenda. Let me just end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mlipa. I think maybe I'll just allow one more question from Dr. Masego while they are still preparing. Ngeti, can you please prepare your...
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mlip, I was a little bit uncomfortable when you you made mention of the fact that we publish in yes. But from what I know, maybe it's because we do not have research managers. We do not have, but I think we do have at UNESCO, because the role of that office is to check. They do give the researchers a list of journals that are approved by the university, or maybe in this case, because universities for a long time, they've even now they're under the Ministry of Education, list of journals, approved journals, that is released by the Ministry of Education. In any case, as a researcher, it's unethical to publish in such journals. And to make matters worse, how can the universities promote a researcher where you find that the work is not published in a recognized journal? So I'm not sure. So if that, I was not comfortable, because I know we have extremely good researchers.
Very, very good.
Yes, yes. So I'm not sure why is that happening. And maybe also, I was not comfortable because we have more than 5 universities. But I think it boils down to the fact that there is no clear definition in the country for a university. Because the basic definition, it must do research, community engagement, and teaching and learning. Okay, the other things, yes, but those are basic to approve a university. These 3 things must happen. You must prove that you're capable of teaching and learning, of doing teaching and learning, community engagement, and you can conduct research.
I'm happy,
Yes.
Director, that you are saying that as government. You're saying this is how a university qualifies to be the university. As government, I'm happy you're saying that.
So, but as stakeholders, we have to have
Of
those
course,
questions.
of
We have
course.
to.
With regards to your question about our publication patterns, unfortunately, we don't have a list. At the university, we're still trying to come up with one, a list of accredited journals where we're supposed to publish. But I'm sure you can appreciate the fight that people are putting up, because people want to publish. This is what happens. So how does a journal become predatory? If it doesn't have a clear structure, for instance, there is no a review committee, there is no editorial board. Usually, it takes anything from 3 months upwards to publish a paper. But if you get your paper within 3 months, something is wrong. If you have to pay more than 7,000, 10,000 Malangeni to have a publication, something is wrong. But it's hard to come up with a list. This is where NRC comes in. This is where the National Research Council comes in. Because if that list were to come from government, then it becomes easier. We can't police ourselves. I want to publish, and there's a call for promotions. Director, you can imagine. So that is the problem.
Ethical.
Yeah, true. It's unethical.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mlipa. I think now we'll move to the next session, which is a panel session. It will be moderated by Ms. T. Hlope from ISEPAC. Ms. T. Hlope and her panel will be discussing the role of research and innovation in driving economic growth and development in Eswatini. Over to you, Ms. Hlope.
Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Why are we so quiet? I thought we already had tea break. We must at least show some energy. I would like to thank SARIMA so much for the opportunity for Eswatini to host this event. and the opportunity to be here with you today to discuss on issues of research and innovation in Eswatini. This discussion will mostly dwell on issues that relate to the role of research and innovation, apologies. It does include science and technology, as we've already heard, in economic development in Eswatini. To discuss this very important topic with me and with us, because we are having a conversation together and with our panelists. We will have our Pro-Vice Chancellor from the University of Eswatini, Dr. Tagada. Please come to the stage, sir. We'll also have from the Central Bank of Eswatini, Ms. Notando Ngumalo. From the Royal Science and Technology Park, Ms. Tobile Dlamini. And from the Youth Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we'll have Mr. Alan Hamusokwe, and the Director for Research, Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Rejoice Masego. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take my seat this side. Do we have, okay, thank you. We do have a mic. So maybe just to start us off, just to say globally, science, technology, and innovation play a key role in driving social and economic development. And we've heard from the previous submissions that it actually contributes a lot, where countries are also investing substantially to research and development. Studies have shown that in countries such as the EU, it leads to at least almost a percentage of GDP growth. And in countries such as the Asian countries, where we have your Singapores, your South Koreas, it can lead to up to 16% of GDP growth when you invest at least 1% towards research and development. So it is essentially a very important topic for us to consider as Eswatini, and to consider that 0.23% that we are currently investing. What is it giving us as an economy? So to start us off, I would like our panelists to just maybe briefly comment on what we think is the issue, or rather the problem, with investing in research and development in Eswatini. Just a 2-second brief comment to say, I think that the issue could be this, the issue could be that. We know that there are specific barriers that are affecting countries in terms of how they are investing, issues to do with skills, issues to do with funding, issues to do with some of the issues that have already been discussed, so that we all have maybe an introductory contribution to our discussion. Just a brief comment on what you think could be the issue in Eswatini. I'll start with you, Pro, please.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone, or is it afternoon? Yes, thank you for this question. For me, I think that we haven't realized the value of research, and in the amidst competing interests, competing issues, national issues, we don't put it top of the list. So we haven't realized the value. But as we have heard since this morning, that actually innovation, or research and innovation, can actually lead to economic development. So we need to focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mr. Allen?
Good afternoon, everyone. We are youth, so we wanted to be able to, I guess, also show everyone that youth is also willing to participate and actually sort of, involve ourselves within these sort of topics. I think from our point of view, Eswatini faces a lot of hurdles in terms of implementing a proper research and development agenda. Coupled with limited funds for research, it ends up becoming a bigger problem. I think like a solution that we can be able to sort of look at is Botswana's successful model with the diamond trading company, where the partnership channels revenue into research initiatives. I think that's what I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Moderator. I think coming from the RSTP business incubation part, what I can say is what we've noticed as the biggest challenge is, as a country, we have not really given innovation a pivotal role. We don't fund, as the youth have already said, we don't have funding that is specifically for innovations. And I think the reason for that is because as a country, we are so much relying on innovation that is from other countries. We are so much into copycat business. Once we see neighbor is doing it, then we also want to do the same thing. We are not proud enough to take what we have and go all out with it to ensure that it is established and it is a business to make means for the country, not just for ourselves as a country, but it can go beyond our borders.
Thank you so much. Yes, Eswatini.
Hi, everyone. I'm Notando from the Central Bank. I do not want to belabor any points here. From the Central Bank, we've seen success in innovation because it was set as an agenda item from the highest level. It was included in our strategy. So I think Dr. Mlipa touched on it, and the panelists have. As long as it is not included as an agenda item from the highest level, we'll continue having those panel discussions, these conferences all the time without the needle moving as the minister requested earlier.
Yes, Dr. Maseko.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Rejoice Maseko. Maybe let me start by congratulating our government, congratulating our stakeholders for putting all efforts to transform our economy from resource-based to knowledge-based economy. However, let us be mindful of the fact that, yes, it's a very expensive investment, but very much sustainable. If you check the first world countries, the reason they are counted among the top 5, some of them South Korea, is because they prioritized investment in science, technology, and innovation. So there is no other way around it. We really need to invest as a country. As a researcher, I can also add that one of the reasons maybe it's difficult for our government and also other African countries to invest in research. Why you find that is not prioritized? In research, you pay for mistakes. Because, for instance, let me make an example. As the Auditor General, I think it's unfair to say you requested money for developing this drug. Where is the drug? Scientifically, you propose that I'm going to develop this drug, but you find that in the lab it's something else. Then that is the good part about it is that from a mistake you can come up with big companies like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was a mistake. Just imagine if the government of that country said, no, we gave you 1 billion to conduct research. You came up with something else. What is key, we must understand that what we have embarked on, very much sustainable, but you pay for mistakes that are done in the lab. And as long as I can justify that, okay, I couldn't come up with this product, I've produced a quality report, and I'm saying, I'm proposing that now I'm taking this route, I've done further research. I think really our country in that regard, let us encourage government to fund research. Another thing, thirdly, last one, we are making it difficult for government to fund research. Because in our country, you find that within a week, there is an innovation forum by one company, there is an innovation workshop by another company. And when you say, let's come together, some are not comfortable. I'm saying, advising the country, let's not, it doesn't matter who takes the glory. But what is it that is coming out of that collaboration? Is it not nice that we, when you check, this conference was organized by so many organizations in the country? Let's keep it up and make it easy for government to fund research.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my panel. They have pointed out key issues that we need to consider as a country when we are advancing research and innovation. They've spoken to issues of collaboration and partnership, also issues of investment and funding, and these are key issues that we need to consider and take as key priorities. I also liked that all of them almost pointed to the issue of us being a country that is targeted, a country that is intentional, and a country that prioritizes innovation, research and innovation. So I like that we have already started to say, what do we need to do as a country to actually address some of these challenges? I want to maybe go back to Dr. Masego and ask, in issues of prioritizing innovation, research, science, and technology, we have developed some of the policies that have already been presented before us. But what key things within those policies, or rather the interventions or policy actions that we can take as a country to show that we are prioritizing research and innovation, and a policy, maybe statements that we can take away to say these are the things that will drive us forward as a country and will eventually be the knowledge economy that we aspire to be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ngeti. Maybe I'm not going to repeat what I've presented. I've already presented the STI policy regimes that we have developed and that we are to develop. So what I can say, other countries, they've had a look at our policies. They are one of the best policies. Not only in the SADC region, but in Africa, maybe not even in Africa. We have the best policies. But the main challenge here, you find that in our country, when it comes to the development of policies, government is prioritizing that. But it's just that you find that to conclude a policy, to conclude a strategy, it will take 2 years. Not only that, you find that I was trying to negotiate with our policy coordinating unit, PPCU. You find that it's not their fault. You are told the policy must be 5 years. That cannot work in science, technology, and innovation. I'm not sure in other fields. We must have, as a country, a long-term strategy. We must be allowed as ministries to develop policies that maybe is projecting 50 years. We must have a vision that will take maybe, let's say, 15 years. I was even negotiating, what if we have a STI white paper like other countries, where you find that you have this long-term vision which is stipulating clearly depicting clearly where the country is going in terms of science, technology, and innovation. Then you can have, like it is done in the African Union, like it is done in SADC, we have Agenda 2063. Why can't we have Eswatini Agenda 2063? Then we have those implementing, we have strategies that we implement, we target to implement maybe in 5 years, maybe in 3 years. What I've noted as government, we are spending money, developing policies, reviewing policies, even before implementing them. So I think we need to ensure that we shorten the time that we take when developing our policies. It's possible. How come during COVID, you would find that in a week, there is a policy, there is a cabinet a minute, there is this and that, stating clearly that for the next 3 months, this is what is going to happen. If we are saying science, technology, and innovation will be at the center stage of transformation from a resource-based economy to a knowledge-based economy, we need to ensure that in terms of developing policies, we take at least or at most 6 months or so that we are relevant. Because in science, when you realize you've finished that, like our STI policy, when we are concluding it, you realize now is the 5th industrial revolution. When we have just concluded it, now after 2 years, now is the 6th industrial. So we'll keep on spending money, developing, reviewing without implementing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masego. Ms. Lamini, do you want to comment on that? Thank you. I think what I am picking from Dr. Masego is that it is important for us to improve in terms of efficiency when we're developing our policies. And that is an area where we have learned as countries that it is where industry is most maybe prioritized compared to government. We have learned that they say industry is faster and industry does things better. So maybe we would like to understand from the aspect of the youth, where maybe young people can participate, because we have seen most of the products behind us are also from the young people. They want to participate and be active in terms of contributions towards research and innovation and commercialization of products. How can we better support young people to ensure that they commercialize those products and they participate actively in this ecosystem of innovation?
I think just quickly to mind is that some of the problems, especially with us in New Chamber of Commerce, has been the startups for young businesses, the SMEs. So with the startups, the problem has been there's no enough research for them to be able to build their business plans. That's like a particular perspective that you can be able to see. So with that said, the concept of research, sort of only looking at it from a high level, has to break down. There's so many different sort of applications of research, not per se, the academic way. So I think, number one, that sort of culture should be embedded where we sort of build a research culture of it being sort of, I guess, knowledge-based. Second is actually creating, I think, youth-led research grants where we can be able to sort of stimulate youth in order for them to be able to think of new, innovative ways to be able to solve their problems. Because ultimately, research is about solving problems. And if we can't be able to understand that, then that becomes a big problem. I think next becomes mentorship programs. Us being able to sort of couple young researchers with veterans within the industry ends up becoming easy for us to be able to navigate through the ecosystem very quickly, so that we can be able to sort of avoid the sort of, I think, lag time that most of the youth end up moving towards. And lastly is gamification of research. So we need to be able to develop innovative challenges and competitions, for example, modeled like South Africa's Innovation Hub and student competitions. These can spark interest and friendly competition, engaging creative problem solving. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like Ms. Lavini to add, and to also, Ms. Lavini, add on issues of what environments do we need to ensure that we take young people from ideation to activation, and with the incubation that you provide, ensure that we actually establish commercial enterprises that generate profit for the young people, because we've seen that even though they may be engaged, it takes longer for them to even generate a profitable business when they are under incubation. So what can we say about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to start by adding that one of the challenges for the youth to be able to commercialize their innovations is the absence, let me use that word for now. I know maybe the Minister of Commerce will feel like, no, it is there, but the fact that it is still in progress is the absence of being easily able to register copyright. For example, being able to register, have their copyrights registered online, like just being able to have an idea and be able to just immediately go to a certain website, maybe by the Ministry of Commerce, where you'll be able to register that. And it would make them easier, because the other challenge is being able to share your innovation, because you're afraid it will then be taken away from you. So if that is readily or easily available, it would make more Swazis to come up with their innovations. Coming to the question that you have asked me, as the business incubator, yes, we do help startups from their ideation stage, so they do come with ideas, and we go through all the stages, as you have said. We would go through assisting how to, is this idea really marketable in Eswatini? So we do assist them to ensure that this will be able to go into the market. And if it has gone through all of those stages, then we also do assist with market, actually getting to the market. Because sometimes you find that the product is there, but as the Eswatini community, we are finding it difficult to accept kutsi wagu wena mfana lenfo yakho siyasebenda hayi just because you're a young person and Ulswati, maybe, so easily you'd find that you are not taking that serious. So as RSTP, we do assist them with market access to ensure that we go with them to introduce them in these big companies where we're saying that this is a solution that we have tested. So being part of the incubation assists in ensuring that even if it's there's solution before we're taking it to the market, we have seen that it works. It's something that we can ensure that it works as an organization that the country trusts. If we endorse it that it works, then it means it works.
Thank you so much, RSTP and the youth. We have heard that it is important for young people to be supported through different means to ensure that they are engaged in active production of activities. But maybe I would want to understand, in addition to what they've said, Prof, I think they've mentioned issues that would be stumbling blocks for young people to engage in innovative activities. But what do we think we can, how do we think we can assist young people with our education curriculum to ensure that they are skilled appropriately for them to, even when they go to the incubation hub, they already have an idea that these products that they are bringing or these ideas that they are coming with will already be viable because they've learned something at school, and also in terms of support that the university could support industry in terms of research. What maybe can we do, or what are the areas that you see as opportunities for Eswatini?
Thank you. Yes, I actually identify with what the youth are saying, and also, of course, we work in partnership with RSTP. And the university has had a number of initiatives where they have tried to work with the youth I'm happy some of the colleagues involved in that work are here in this room, where, for example, they have encouraged innovation, for example, in ICTs, where they have brought in the youth to try and bring them to speed with the current trends in particular industry. I have in mind, for example, what the Faculty of Science and Engineering used to do, where they have the hackathon. And so they were also focusing on financial inclusion, like the fintech. So they would have these fairs to try and handhold the youth to say, yes, you can actually do innovations in this way and in this direction. There is a lot of scope in terms of what we can do. We had a discussion one time where we actually realized that I think it's no longer viable for us to start teaching or to train the youth when they come to the university, and then we teach them foundations of computer science, because they are already like programming on their on their phones already. So why not catch them young, even in high school, so that they can understand these the importance of innovation. So when they come to university, we want to focus on what product can you actually come up with. And you know, these products, some of them, you'll be surprised by what they think of. Apparently, when we are older, we don't think as sharp as the youth. So they'll come up with certain things that will surprise you, but which will improve the quality of life. So I think the universities can actually, you know, help the youth by focusing them, by coming up with these short programs or short events that help them to understand the direction of innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And I didn't want us to end our session without hearing from the Central Bank of Eswatini. I think it is important in our sessions we've spoken about putting research into action, and we've spoken about ways in which research can lead to economic development. So I want us maybe to take lessons from the Central Bank of Eswatini in terms of what essentially helps them to be able to use the research that they're producing. And we all know researchers, that is where we go when we want national statistics on GDP, when we want national statistics on what, we go to their website, because they are an institution that has demonstrated to us that they can actually be able to leverage research and innovation to inform decision-making. So I would like us maybe to learn from you, Ms. Nomalo, what lessons can we draw from how the central bank uses research? Thank you.
I come from an IT background, right? I'll speak to our journey as the innovation department, right? After the bank took the decision to prioritize innovation, they were intentional about it. They set up a department, hired a Eswatini, and then each time we would develop solutions for problems that existed on the ground, not just for Justin. So I'm pleased to inform you that our division was set up in 2021, and we have 11 live solutions in production within the central bank. So because the central bank decided, and they are developed by Eswatini, because the central bank decided to prioritize the innovation agenda for their 5-year strategy, and they assigned that responsibility to a person, that person being Nothando, to say, in my key performance, in my balance scorecard, you need to have developed this and this and that. If you have not, so sorry, Siswam. So if you prioritize that and you assign roles and responsibilities, and it should be clear, the key performance indicators of what you're trying to achieve, have your framework clear in mind. And then over and above that, we've seen the need to collaborate with industry, because we are not just an isolated institution. Just, I think 6 weeks ago, we had Professor Sandile speaking to us about artificial intelligence. what we need to do as the central bank. And the view is to collaborate with the university going forward around things like that, around how can we harness the power of the research that exists within the academia as the central bank to move innovation forward. I was speaking to the director here that we're even looking into having, we're calling it an MOC, to collaborate with industry to move this innovation agenda. And then I think the other, as part of the multi-stakeholder approach and collaboration, we're part of the FinTech working group because we want to move that agenda as well. So being intentional about it goes a long way, other than just casually having conversations lapha na lapha. You need to be intentional. Have the KPIs. At the end of the year, have you delivered on this or not? So sorry if you have not. You have not performed. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Isn't that powerful? We have a number of research institutions represented here, but have we done that? Have we ensured that we have people responsible for the output? We have people responsible for the commercialization of our research. It is very important what he has said, and the lessons that we are drawing from the central bank is that we need to, as different institutions, prioritize research and innovation, even at the level of individual officers. Strategy said we are an innovative institution, even our values say so, but we are not practicing it in our day-to-day. So I would like, maybe in the last 2 minutes, I've been told, Dr. Masego, to maybe comment on the issue of harnessing indigenous knowledge to drive economic development for Eswatini, and what opportunities are there when we are interfacing indigenous knowledge with research and innovation?
Thank you so much, Getty. Once again, I think it was also in my presentation where I made it clearly that we have a bioeconomy strategy, and the reason is because as we were doing our R&D surveys, we realized that as a Maswati, when it comes to indigenous knowledge, we have a competitive advantage. So it is for that reason that we are saying we are considered as one of the African countries which are very, very rich when it comes to indigenous plants. Meaning, we can also participate in strengthening the IKS system, not only in Africa, but all over the world. You have seen, I've been checking there, we have products from our indigenous plants. That means we can just ensure that we take advantage of that, because almost most of our Maswati will participate in this endeavor. So it is for that reason that we are saying, what is our competitive advantage? If you are from South Africa, you find that in a Kumbi, it's full of maybe 10 people, they are coming for our indigenous knowledge. Why can't we make money out of it? Why can't we add value? So it is for that reason that we are saying, let us quickly finish the development of our IKS policy so that we can participate, and we find that we close the gates, border gates, because I'm telling you, you go to Oshuk, our indigenous plants are going out of the country free of charge. And I can tell you, we in South Africa, for example, and in other countries, they are doing research from it for free. So it is, let's ensure that we develop those policies. In conclusion, if I were to kneel, unfortunately, age is catching up with me. Let us develop our own policies. Government has paid huge amounts of scholarships. We have masters. There are people who are coming to do our policies. They have masters like us. They have PhDs like us. But we want to push papers. In other countries, they will tell you how you are engaging a consultant for development of a policy. But you have a PhD, you have a master's. What's going on here? So government is losing millions. Sitting with masters, sitting with PhDs in the offices. Let's work day and night. Let us stop the 5 o'clock business. Our country, the success of our country depends on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masego. We'll give Ms. Lamini to comment.
Just to give examples that IKS is real, is from the RSTP Business Incubation. From one of the exhibitors at the back there is we have Umkaba Drops. That is an IKS product. Is indigenous herbs are being used to come up with a solution for us as Emaswati. So we're saying what is happening, it's not just research and it ends there. If we collaborate, these researchers do get to produce actual products that are already being commercialized. So at RSTP, we do have products that are in the market that are IKS.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
I think my team would kill me if I didn't mention. So at Youth Chamber, I guess I have a computer work background, so I've been playing around with AI for quite some time. And what we've been able to do is really amazing. So we've noticed that when it comes to policy and private sector, it's very hard for business people to be able to sit down and actually go through a policy for them to be able to understand exactly how does this policy help them. So what we did with AI is that we used this very big analysis power to be able to now go into the policy and then break down exactly what, per se, from a private sector perspective, would the private sector need to be able to understand. I guess where I'm leading to is that we also have to understand within the ecosystem of research, different people don't technically need to get the same sort of information format. Certain formats, certain research format needs to be sort of, customized specifically for the private sector so that they can be able to understand exactly why this is important. So with the toolkit, we created a toolkit, and just from the youth, getting feedback from the youth, we have understood that this is just the beginning. And I guess with the introduction of AI, it's been able to give the youth so much power in order for us to be able to get or create different strategies in order for us to solve our problems. Because we've noticed in terms of unemployment, that's a big problem that a lot of people seem to be talking about, but we are actually living today. So we decided that instead of us just simply waiting for, I guess, government or let's say the private sector to be able to make room, let us now sort of find problems, find strategies, and actually make solutions. And the toolkit is a perfect example of that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Maybe just to wind up, just to let you know that the University of Eswatini continuously improves its research ecosystem. You'll be interested to know that most of the research currently done in the university is through grant funding. Our researchers go out there, they're actually getting money from international funders. So you find that there is a lack of funding locally, but they've managed to get a lot of money, and a lot of good work is being done. We have a lot of work going into sustainable energy. We also have in health research that is going on currently. But we also have realized that we don't have a good system for grant management. And so we want to improve that. So I was happy to hear Professor Emilio talking about what SARIMA does in terms of supporting grant management. That is lacking in our ecosystem. Now we have, the research center is working on something, but we don't do it efficiently. And so I'm happy that we are able to meet people who have done that, and we would like to continue working with that. And also, lastly, that our researchers, normally, they don't realize the innovation part when they do research. What is it that they can add value to? And this is where we need to move to, where we are able to say, you know, this proposal of yours has this potential. You may want to find this solution, but there's also potential for innovation. We can actually come up with a product which can actually sell the country internationally. Thank you.
Thank you so much to my panel. I think we do not want to be the ones standing between you and your lunch, but may you please allow me just for my panel to state just one tweetable statement about today that they want you to go away with. And please tweet it. Tweet it. They're going to say just one tweetable statement that they're saying is our takeaway for today.
From me, it's solutions for us, by us.
Solutions for us, by us. Please, young people, I know you're already on your phones. Let us tweet. SARIMA 2024, solutions for us, by us.
You know?
I think I would like to say I'm a big artificial intelligence advocate. So I'd like to say AI is if we keep on sort of trying to push it back, we will lose sort of time in getting ahead. AI has been able to come through and be able to sort of level out the playing field in terms of strategies. So we feel that it's important that we shouldn't run away from AI, but we should run to AI. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I would say innovation is not just science and technology, but it is new ideas.
Okay, maybe before I give you back the mic, I'm not very good with these Twitter things, but but I would say perhaps that let's stop playing catch-up research.
Let's stop playing catch-up research. That was very good. For someone who doesn't tweet, that one was very good. Thank you. Dr. Masego.
Mine is our attitude will determine our success as we endeavor to transform to knowledge economy.
Siyabonga kakhulu sikhathi senu. I hope those hashtags are flying on all social media platforms. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Tope and your panelists for such a powerful discussion. Yeah, we see that we can use research and innovation to drive our economy forward. And with the tweets, if we stick to those tweets, we'll achieve that. Because of time, I think that is why we have cut off maybe the questions from the audience. But please do get in touch with our panelists for further clarifications and discussions. Right now, we'll call Ms. Zimasa Sopuza. She and her panelists will be discussing the research and innovation management in the SADC region. Welcome, Ms. Sopuza.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After hearing the Kingdom Eswatini sharing the research and innovation management landscape, now without further ado, we will be hearing from the rest of the region, the ones that are here in person. So I will be joined by my colleagues from Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe, and we will be learning more on their research and innovation management landscape at a national or institutional level. We will hear what has worked well, challenges, and we will draw learnings from the respective countries. I think the previous speakers, Dr. Malipa, and the specifically the different panel has already kickstarted what we're going to be dwelling in during this session, because I think the need for establishment of RIM systems and institutions can never be more emphasized. And the reference to other countries, I think there was reference of the CSIR, the reference to a Botswana example. I think then this gives us a very good continuation to the discussion. So our first speaker will be from Botswana, Dr. Maina Mosele. She is the Director of Food and Science and Technology. She comes from the National Agricultural Research and Development Institution, NADI, which is a research technology organization. Maina is also the Botswana Country Focal Point representative, and we'll be hearing from her specifically perspective from national level. Maina, apologies for putting pressure, but we only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we were told just to share about the landscape of our country. So in Botswana, we find that our research and innovation is managed under the Ministry of Communications, Knowledge and Technology, specifically the Department of Research and Knowledge Business. Just to give you a brief overview, before we find that it was managed under the Ministry of Tertiary Education. But when we started redirecting our research and moving into the knowledge economy, that's when the ministry was renamed the Ministry of Communications, Knowledge and Technology. And now education is put together with secondary and tertiary and primary education under one umbrella. And now the mandate of the ministry is to provide leadership and overall policy development, strategy and standards on communication, knowledge utilization, research, science and technology. What is interesting is that in terms of R&I, is actually in two departments, not just the Department of Research and Knowledge Business, but also under the Department of Technology and Commercialization. So you find that now, to do that, the government realized that we need technology transfer offices. So the national one is under the Botswana Digital and Innovation Hub. And that is where we have the Innovation Fund. And you find that the hackathons, the commercialization of indigenous products will be managed under the Botswana Digital and Innovation Hub. And that is where also you find the incubation facilities in Botswana. And now there are institutions that are starting to buy into technology transfer offices. And one such institution is the Botswana Institute of Technology, Research and Innovation, commonly called B3. Just to go back a bit, those that have seen the diagnostic kit for FMD coming from Botswana, it actually comes from B3. Thank you. And now the current state is that the ministry coordinates national research activities so that we avoid duplication of R&D projects, duplication of effort. And the greatest challenge, as we say, is the research fund. But because our research fund is not yet ready, the government didn't say, let's not fund. That's why the government is using the innovation fund under BDIH. But then at the same time, the government still has applications from the ministry to fund research. But once that is established, now they will have officers that are manning that. And the impact to the economy is like I said, the FMD rapid diagnostic kit. Those that are in the animal science sphere will know that Botswana is selling FMD vaccines to the whole of SADC and beyond that. But what is difficult now is that for you to test FMD, you have to take the samples to a lab. And that is not really real-time solutions. You want to be able to test the foot and mouth disease right in the field, in the middle of the bundus, as we call it as young people. So the farmer out there in the bush should be able to test and be calling the vet and say, I am sure that now my cattle have FMD without having to wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks or a month while the samples are still going to a lab somewhere in the middle of the city. So I think we believe that that is a breakthrough because as a country, it affects our beef industry because we sell our beef to the EU. So we need to make sure that we timely manage foot and mouth disease. If you don't know foot and mouth disease, it comes from the buffaloes. Because our cattle graze in the wild, they'll normally get that from the buffaloes. So it's something that we need to really monitor. And lastly, how do we do our research information and management system? There's a system that is managed by the same Ministry of Communication, Knowledge and Technology, where scientists register themselves and indicate their past and present research activities. And through the same system, they can also apply for research permits. I was told I should be quick. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maina. I'm sure our second speaker is going to follow by suit in terms of time. Our second speaker is from Malawi. He'll be sharing also national perspective from Malawi. But more importantly, I think what you would appreciate from his presentations are the different approaches adopted in Malawi in establishing the respective RIM institution. Dr. Doug Sanyawumbi is the former Vice President for African Engagement. He's currently the Innovation Management Consultant. Over to you, Doug.
Okay, while they're looking for that, good afternoon, everyone. As you see, I've taken off my tie, so I'm now talking serious business. Is very passionate about innovation management. We'll come back to a lot of discussions around this. There were some interesting points that the previous speakers brought up that I think are worth picking up more. There are 6 public universities in Malawi. 3 of them recently disbanded from one institution. But all the key funding in the research space in Malawi comes from the Science and Technology Fund, which is managed by their National Commission for Science and Technology. That's the Science Granting Council. A lot of funding also comes from outside. The UNDP has been particularly active in Malawi. There are 3 national oversight governance bodies. There's a lot of talk currently to try and align those governance bodies because everybody now wants to have not only the word innovation in their portfolio, but they also want to start a new structure, which means lots of silos. But these are the 3 organizations that oversee research and innovation in Malawi. The National Commission for Science and Technology, being the oldest, was enacted by Parliament. The second one, the Directorate for Science and Technology, sits within the Ministry of Education. And then the last one sits within the Office of the President and Cabinet. The logic being science and technology and innovation has to be directed from the highest level. The structures within this institution, so this whole point of research management and innovation management, we'll talk about a bit more. But it's great to have the great research happening in the universities, but as long as the researchers have to do so much legwork to get to this great research with no support, you will never get the outputs that you need to drive innovation. So that research is critical, and it can't only be applied, it has to be basic as well. And so
all these universities have now got to a point where they're looking at establishing tech transfer offices, but all of them have got research management offices. Take-home message from me around this is it's a bad idea to have an academic running the research management office, okay, because it's not their key skills. It's a bad idea to have a tech transfer, to have academics running tech transfer offices for the same reason. It's not their core business, but they need the support. And I think there was a lot of talk about engaging with industry. We can talk about that as well. Key learnings from Malawi, the importance for the robust policy environment. We keep talking about how we can get around not having a policy, which is great. But if you really want to make a difference in a small country of 1.2 million, you'll need to have a solid foundation to work off. So that's going to be important. Value of capacity building. I can't explain. I just told you that you mustn't have academics driving research management and academics driving tech transfer. You somehow have to build the capacity to do that internally. I kept hearing a lot of, I like the tweet, was it? For us, by us, something along those lines. You actually can't do that unless you have the capacity within the country. Okay, so that's critical. Stakeholder engagement, crucial for both RM and tech transfer. Without the industry engagement, without the government engagement, without the funders, without all the other stakeholders, you have an incomplete innovation ecosystem, which you will always be saying, why don't we ever see anything on the market? Okay, so you need to make sure that's in place. Infrastructure, I think all these are common to everybody. Infrastructure, fostering the culture, value integrating along all the other organizations. This African culture where when I went to school, my parents said, you're going to go to get your degree, you're going to start working, you're going to send money back home. The young man here then says, no, I want to try and start a business. Okay, all risk. It's a culture we need to change and we need to learn. And yes, you can do it whatever you see as the African way to do it, but it does need to be changed. I'll end with some examples of products at various levels in Malawi. There's a lot more, by the way. And, but there's various, all these you can see are medical devices, all in the neonatal space, because that was a need identified by Malawi with partners as an area of greatest need. Thank you very much.
I think we're doing very well with time. I think our program director is very pleased with us. Following suit again, our third presenter from Mozambique will be sharing lessons from Mozambique. Now we'll be zooming more into an institutional level as to what are the experiences specifically from Mozambique. I think our president doesn't need any introduction at this point. For those that maybe missed the presentation, Professor Emilia Nyalivelo, he's the current SARIMA president and he's director at Punjab University. Thank you.
Thank you. After my colleagues had done so well with time, I have to try my best. I won't be using slides, unfortunately. I would like to share some pictures because I'm talking from institutional level, so sharing some experience from my university. But I had problems with my laptop, so I don't have pictures, unfortunately, to show you. But I have to say that my university, called Pungwe University, is a new university created in 2019. So we are 5 years old. We used to be part of a bigger university in Mozambique, the Pedagogical University, and the government decided to split that university in small universities. So when we created, we already had some students and some lecturers, some infrastructures, but not so many. We have around 6,000 students. And one of the main issues we had when we became university, as Doug was also saying, is the lack of proper infrastructures. We have very few people with PhD degrees and very little research going on. So in the area of research, we had the three main guiding questions. for us to start to develop a kind of culture of research at our university. The first question was, what support can we give to researchers to seek for funding? Because funding is a very challenging thing in Mozambique. So what support can we give them for them to look for funding? The second question was, what support can we give researchers so that they can manage these funds and manage their project in a good way? And the last question, which we are still dealing with that for the last year or so, is what support can we give to researchers so that their research have impact in the country, firstly, and abroad as well. So with those three questions in mind, we created the research office and 2 research centers. Human research is a challenge because this area of research management is new to Mozambique. So we have to invest in terms of capacity building to our research managers at research office and research centers. The other thing we also did to support researchers was to to get information about funding opportunities. There are those agencies which are mainly to advertise funding opportunities. And it's actually not so expensive to pay to get that information. And we keep receiving every day's information about funding opportunity. And although we have some priority areas for our university, we decide that at this point for research, we will say all areas are priority for us because we just want to start with the research, like a huge amount of project research. So we didn't prioritize any area specific. That's a strategy we choose. And where we are now, along these 5 years, remember 5 years we have to start to organize the structure, like to create the research office, to create research centers and that allocate people there. Now we have more than 32 research projects funded. And we have more than, in terms of rents, it's more than 45 million rents allocated to our university. And we have 1 patent underway. In terms of collaboration, we have collaboration with the African countries, in Europe, and in America. I think it was very important to have a director of research office, which is very dynamic, and he is very young, actually young man. He just got his PhD, but he is very dynamic and he is flexible. I think in the area of research management, it's important to be flexible. You have to, sometimes you can't stick in just one approach. I think that helped a lot. Our challenges. The first challenge in terms of language, as you know, Mozambique is a Portuguese-speaking country, and most of the calls for funds are in English. So we have to allocate for each project at least 1 person who speaks English, and it's normally the English teacher at the university. So even if he is not from that area, he will be part of the team so that he can help with translations. The other challenge in terms of impact, we were in that world where, as the other colleague here said, publish or perish. So in that young university, the young people were just running to publish, because they wanted promotion. To have the change of this mind was also a challenge. To say that it's not enough to publish, but we are looking for impact. And to make impact visible, we choose to have a motto for our university, and we have it written in almost all the walls in our university, which says, Pungwe University, which is my university, we want to grow with the community. So everything we are doing, we have to have something which has to do with community. Even if it's a little thing, your project always have to be linked to something from the community. And Siabong.
Yes, very well. 5 minutes on spot. Thank you, Milia. Our very last presentation will be from Zimbabwe, Ms. Thokozile Masha. She's the Deputy Director of Research Support Center from the University of Zimbabwe. Thokozile is also a recognized research management professional from the International Professional Recognition Council. We will talk more about IPRC tomorrow. Over to you.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to talk about the research and innovation management ecosystem within the University of Zimbabwe at central level, and then I'll zero in at faculty level. So I'm based at the faculty level, at the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences. So this is the current landscape at University of Zimbabwe. We have a research and innovation and industrialization office at central level, and an executive director who guides all the processes. So we have research priorities that have been developed at faculty level. And then we have a business development unit. We have innovation hub, like most institutions. We have the legal and contracts unit, the IP office, and industrial parks. So currently we have the agro-business industrial park. And at faculty level, we have what we call faculty research and innovation offices or functions. And within the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, we have the research management unit. So this landscape has not always been there, because we used to have what we call Education 3.0, but because of the direction of the Ministry of Higher and Tertiary Education, we have moved to Education 5.0, which talks about teaching, research, community service, and the additional two, innovation and industrialization. So there's been this movement from just designing only to goods and services. So at faculty level, we established this research management unit, and that was before we had at central level. And basically, it was to assist the junior researchers to be able to look for funding and be able to get into the various networks that were there within the institution. Because we had research entities where the well-known researchers would do clinical trials and so forth. But the young researchers, it was difficult for them to get into that system. And there were no policies, frameworks also available. So that's when we decided to set up this faculty level research unit as a pilot study initially, but it was later on institutionalized. So basically, some of the challenges that we had when we set up the office was the lack of skills in terms of the research administrators and managers. We had no research policies, we had no grants management tools, you know, all the issues that most institutions deal with when it comes to research and innovation. And we had challenges also with buy-in, with faculty, with leadership. But later on, when they saw that we were producing results, we managed to convince them. And we started in a we were within 2 rooms, but later on we got funding to be able to establish a standalone building for research and innovation management. So these are the various interactions within our research and innovation at faculty level. And then in terms of some of the achievements, we managed to set up the governance framework. We had developed a research policy. We developed a service for clinical research in terms of monitoring. So we had these entities, but they would get monitors from outside. So we developed capacity within our faculty to be able to monitor those clinical trials. And we were able to set up a grants and financial management function. We also were able to get external grants. So we set up this office late 2010. 2011, we only had one grant, and that was externally funded. And currently in 2024, we are managing about 35 externally funded grants. And then in terms of the goods and services, we have found out that there are some faculty members within our institution who have managed to really produce things that are assisting the various people within the communities. And one thing that has gone even beyond Zimbabwe, it has gone to the UK, is the friendship bench concept. I'm sure if you just Google friendship bench, you know more about it. It has gone to New York, it has gone to UK as well. And then we have our faculty members. We are also developing a specialized incubator, pediatricians. We have cardiologists and neurologists who are developing a stroke app to be able to assist in terms of stroke management. And then in terms of traditional plants and medicines, we have various faculty who are really tapping on the different medicinal plants within our country, plants used to treat diabetes, sexual dysfunctions in men, slimming teas, and some of these plants, they actually fortify them with iron and use as herbal supplements for children, even for the pregnant women. So these are some of the achievements that we have. And currently, these are the current challenges that we are still facing now, because of we have realized that the faculty, they've kind of accepted us, and then we have developed that increase in terms of demand for services. And as research managers and administrators within the unit, we are still kind of lean in terms of the human resources. So we have that increased demand for services, and because now we are reaching out to different funders. So that would mean there are new policies that we need to constantly develop and to be able to respond to those various funders. So because of these multiple streams, funding streams, there's demand for policies, for new policies, the DEI policies and so forth. And it also means us as research managers as well and administrators, we need to increase also our competence and capacity skills. And that's where SARIMA comes in. Thank you. I hope I was within 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Thokozile. I think ideally now we would have welcomed all our presenters on stage, so we have more of an interactive engagement, but that will mean that we're not eating. Apologies to our presenters and to everyone that would have wanted an engagement, but all our speakers are with us throughout the rest of the day and some parts of tomorrow, so please make use of our tea breaks. There's the SARIMA stand there. I'll personally be there, so maybe if any questions regarding SARIMA. But I think this was, even though it was very short and brief, I think we were able to learn briefly from other countries. The presentations, slides will be shared and uploaded onto the SARIMA.info website. But I really would like to really appreciate the different learnings, maybe from Botswana, where there isn't specifically established research institutions, but the function is still continuing through the ministry. Maybe, yes, that could be in terms of the lean challenges you're having. That could be a challenge, but I think that's something that could start off with. And then I think with Mozambique, what I appreciate is that as you start forming these RIM institutions, maybe just really be focused, as she mentioned, 3 areas. Theirs was funding and the support, how, and most importantly, the linkages to impact, which also Zimbabwe has touched on. I think I would like to just invite everyone to give our speakers a round of applause, especially for timekeeping. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sopuza. Thank you very much to our country focal points. I think that advocacy role was really played very well. So we need a dedicated research and innovation management systems in our institutions in the country. I think we have seen the goodness of such systems. Okay, it's time for lunch now. It's served in two stations. At that side, I'm going to lead the way, and you follow. Yes, one is by the pool and one is by the restaurant area. So can we please take only 40 minutes and come back, because we're really, really behind time by an hour.
I kid you not, today, ladies and gentlemen, in the Puma Singing Scientist, there's a lot that has been said, and of course, things that we need to take accountability for in terms of taking a stand and ensuring that we stand up for ourselves in terms of our innovations and, of course, our creativity. And, you know, the second session is almost done. Well, the second session is wrapping up right now, and of course, we had important speakers. We had Dr. Mlipa, who was talking about the establishment of the Royal Eswatini Technology Park, how it was established in 2012, and the governing body for, you know, innovations and of course creations was also established in 2014, which was 2 years later. And of course that means that Tine as Eswatini, we were not prepared when it comes to creativity and of course innovations. But those are the things that we are discussing here today. Those are the things that we need to take a stand on and to ensure that they change. And of course there's a lot of speakers that were speaking here today and who are also a part of the moderators, speaking about how, you know, inventions and of course technologies need capital, and of course as Eswatini we are slacking behind when it comes to the issue of funding. So we hope that, you know, the relevant stakeholders, the people that are, you know, the carriers, or should I say baphathi betimali, batawukhona ukuthi basupport our local entrepreneurs also who wants to do exceptional things. Safunza kabanti ke science, but right about now as Sisaya go lunch, we hope that, you know, people are also taking time to say, you know what, let's take a few notes and learn about the important things that we need to do in the kingdom of Eswatini. Of course, we are talking about rather management of innovations. We are talking about management of research as well. So we hope that people are inspired, and of course we know that this is a start of many great things in the kingdom of Eswatini. Let's catch a breather. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are still here at the Southern African Research and Innovation Association Symposium, whereby we are learning from one another, learning from industry experts. And of course, we just came back from the lunch break, and there's so much that you can expect right now because the dialogue is still going to continue. And of course, there's a panelist of people that are industry experts and addressing certain things when it comes to turning research and making it into value, not just, you know, a research in terms of putting the paperwork out there, but research in terms of let's make something creative, let's make something innovative. So right about now, the third session is about to begin, and of course it is titled The Role of Research and Innovation Management in Research Impact and Translation of Research Outcomes into Real-World Benefits. So say konage research, say ndiwege research, but how does it benefit the people? So we're about to find that all out with the third panelist of discussion that is going to be happening right now. And of course, seeing that to where we are right now, now. I hope that there's a lot of things that you learned from what was said today from the Minister of ICT, Minister Savannah Mazia, and of course a lot of guests. The President of SAMERA also was saying a few things, and of course passed a few things. So the conversation is still continuing here at Happy Valley, and we hope that there's a few things that you're taking notes, and of course we hope that this is very educational, this is very inspirational, because we're speaking about how we can change our universe, how we can change Eswatini as a small country, and of course the difference will start with you. So right about now, let's cross over and see what is happening with the proceedings.
Hopefully we are going to have a very be revived and not sleepy. It is my pleasure to moderate this session, and thank you, Program Director, by the way, and hopefully we can do this in 45 minutes. So I'm going to ask my panelists to come up front in this order. We have Dr. Thabo Sakolo, the Executive Director from Eswatini Economic Policy Analysis and Research Center, Dr. Sakolo, and we have Dr. Mcebisi Mkhwanazi, a Senior Lecturer and Researcher from the University of Eswatini. Please may you come up, Doc. And then we have Dr. Douglas S. Doc, Vice President SARIMA. Dr. Douglas, may you come up? Thank you. Apologies if I pronounce your name incorrectly. And we then have Dr. Joy Ndwandwe, who is the founder of Indigenous Knowledge Hub Eswatini. May you please come up, Doc. And we also have Professor Paul S. Young, Vice Chancellor from the University, from Eswatini Medical Christian University. So we will begin, and may I ask my timekeeper to be on the alert. Program Director, how is my timekeeper? So we are going to try to make it as interactive as we can. Oh, make it assistance with microphones. All right, welcome to the panelists. So we are just looking at the session on the role of research and innovation management in research impact and the translation of research outcomes into real world benefits. So how do we translate the research that we do into real world benefits or into practicality on what can be contributed by what we do? So I'm going just to ask you questions at random, but I will assign a question to one of you, and then you will be the lead person to answer the question. But if any one of you wants to add to what any of the speakers who's the leader of that session will want to add something, you are free to do that. Otherwise, I will allocate a question to each one of you to say you are going to lead the answer session for that question. Also from the audience, I will also want you to contribute to this session. So I will specify that in this question, we have the response from the lead person or panelist from my side, and then also one of you somewhere there must be ready to also contribute or ask a question about that particular question we've asked. Probably comments coming from that. Right, I think I'm going to start with Dr. Sakolo. So I think what we have been hearing this morning from Dr. Mlipa's presentation, as well as Dr. Rejoice's presentation, is that there is the issue of funding locally in terms of having funding from government because of the legal framework, infrastructure, so the policies that are not in place yet and the research council is not in place yet. Now, one of the questions people ask, like the public opinion, especially from academia, is does the government prioritize research in Eswatini? In other words, are people in power, in the level of power, are they aware of the importance of research and innovation in terms of development? So what is the level of awareness around that? Because people are querying to say, why don't we even have a line of budget? Maybe we have it, maybe the director will answer, a line in the budget in the country to say, this is for funding university research. This line budget is just for funding. So in my department, if I was in another country, for example, where I did my PhD, my department would apply for funding from the Ministry of ICT for my research that I do in my department. In our case, do we have such? And if not, are those in power aware of the impact and the contribution that research can make into the country's development?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tembo Menzimnisi. I am standing in for Dr. Sakolo. The level of awareness in terms of people in power, it is growing, but very limited. We have policies, development plans, and other research studies that are in R&I that are presented at cabinet level. So what happens is that line ministries engage consultancies, government parastatals, and to do research for them, which is then presented at cabinet level, which then is also presented at parliament. But in terms of funding for budget, there's nothing on R&I for universities. I thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Probably we can get also comments from the panelists again. What is impeding that? How can we improve on that? What do we need to do, Director, for us as a country to start having this, for example, item in the budget of the country that this is going to be for research grants given to universities, given to research institutes, given to these hubs that are doing research in the country? What do we need to do? What's lacking right now?
Okay. I'd like to come from a very different perspective of, as a researcher, I'm an investor. I drive my research agenda, and therefore I'm prepared to fund it with the limited resources that I have. And I think this is the new era of researchers I'd like to see happening when we're talking about an Africa fit for the 21st century, is also to transform the thinking. Let's transcend from being funded. I think I sit here and I say to myself, my research agenda has got nothing to do with government. It's driven by me. But I have warm and cordial relationships with government because we have to take a stand to be researchers who invest our own limited resources, and money should find us along the way. I thank you.
Yeah, so I guess looking from outside in, and it's not just about the Eswatini government, but generally, is government will always have pressing agendas and demands on the budgets that they have. That's not going to change. There's always going to be the will to try and fund research. Where it's not happening, that approach is ideal, is look at how can I actually show with whatever I've got that there is potential for impact. I think the stats we heard earlier on was most of the research is funded from outside. Mm-hmm. But unless we start changing the culture in research to almost what is my path to impact? And we need to start talking like that. And that doesn't mean basic research does not have a path to impact. That's the other mistake we make. All research has a path to impact. Where it ends is different. And we really need our researchers to be able to think along those lines of what is my path to impact? Where do I start? Where do I stop? Who are the people that could potentially drive it beyond that point? Once government starts seeing the potential of research and innovation in the country, there is more will. Government will carry on, by the way, talking about we want to see innovation, we want to see this and that. You won't see that in the absence of solid research taking place. And in the end, government will understand in the absence of funding of research, because they're not the only funder of research, and you shouldn't see them as the only funder of research. Mm-hmm. In the absence of that understanding that there is an expectation of a return on investment from whoever you source those funds from, there'll always be a struggle.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas. You want to respond, but maybe let me give the audience, anyone who wants to ask a question to the panelists about what you just spoke about, or add or comment on that. Going once? Okay, if none, let's move on to the next question then. So thank you about that, because I think we're picking points on that to say government can't be, of course, the sole funder and over-reliance on government. Also government wants to see the innovation that's coming and what's in there for them as well, or what we're doing. So thank you for that. And then the next question then would be, I think, directed to the audience first, maybe the audience first, and then I'm going to go to Professor Young to ask him that question. So, the research that we're conducting in the country, has it made real impact? Can we point out, probably also from Espak, we can also answer that, has it made the impact that it's supposed to make, do we have any real tangible examples that we can give that the research that we do in the country makes an impact in real life? Like we can point at things that, for example, this 1, 2, 3, for example, was as a result of a study done. This is what we're seeing. Are we really making the real life impact? Anyone from the audience first? Yes.
I think what we've learned in Botswana as a country is that the minute you start research and you've not identified a partner, the research will never go anywhere. So right now, what we do with our research is that every time we want to do something, we partner with an organization. So you find that now in our crop production, we have a company called African Agriculture. We are partnering with them. So right now, when we look at the tractors that we are using on our own research farms, they are the tractors that are made in Botswana. So we as a research institution have the mandate to prove to the people that the equipment that is being sold by a local company does work. This week, we've just installed a sprinkler. We have to prove that it will do what we say it should be doing. We are also working with the seed companies. Because you see, we find that as research institutions, we have to be in the forefront of actually consuming some of the products that are there in the market to make sure that our farmers and our people are actually buying things that work. So in most of the research that we do, we partner with some of the companies that are input suppliers. We also work directly with the farmers. Right now, we are doing a project on tomatoes. The minute we finish, we have to take those tomatoes to the farmers that are our proof of concept before we take it to the bigger community. So without partnership, you're not going to get impact.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Young. Maybe respond to the question, what real impact has the research that we've conducted in Eswatini impacted real lives, and what tangible examples are there? And then I'm going to end with the rep from SPAC.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we talked much on the impact of our research to our real world, but I think there might be government is very important role, but basically my background, I'm originally from Korea, but I'm from Canada, and I was for several decades in a Canadian university, and so I'm very used to very free research environment. Okay, so research means, I think basically research should be motivated by researchers themselves. It means you need to, if you don't research, publish or perish, you know, right? So it was strongly motivated by the research themselves. So I think I'm working for the Christian University in Eswatini Medical Christian University, but I worked here as Vice Chancellor for the last 3 years. But what I found here is a strong motivation. It's not very strong motivation for how can I support or how can I encourage them to research. That's my task. And the second one is, how can we use our research results into our real world? My experience is, if we, I think particularly in the Eswatini environment, it's not easy to start any venture capital or our research results into real world. But we need, I think, Eswatini universities, we need to support for kind of incubation for venture companies. We have a big hardwares, and for our lecturers and our graduate students, even our alumni, if they have good ideas, okay, we can support you, all right? So lots of universities are the center of incubation for venture capital, venture companies. So I think we don't need too much dependent on the government funds. We have to go to, as you know, outside of our country, there are numerous of funds. Okay, you have to find that. Okay, which foundation or which funds are good for me? It's also very important. I think that is the foremost conditions for good researchers. All right, so I think it's in my experience, several decades ago, when I was a graduate student, I found very good results. I was a postdoc at the University of Chicago in the United States, but unfortunately, I didn't find good sponsors. But later, I didn't know that. The one company in the Silicon Valley, from my research results, they made a switching device. I found it later. But if we have a venture capital in our campus, or I think it's Royal RSTP, I think it's a very good idea. We can support. Okay, support means not money, just we can support space and information and some facilities. Then people can start their own company, and it means good quality job creation in Eswatini.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Please answer the question that we asked. My panelists so far have not been answering directly. What impact has our research, like some kind of like real life?
Yes, in social science and agriculture, we've done much more work. Take, for instance, we've produced the skills audit report through the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. That skills audit report culminated into a national human resource policy. And also the awarding of scholarships is also now informed by that skills audit. So we can see the impact. And also in the Sugar Association, Sugar Association runs trials and treatments for cane, so which is also adapted and used for drought-resistant seed cane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. If we get some time, we'll come back to this particular question later. I want to now go to Dr. Joy on this one. We're going to lead the answer session of this one. So, of course, Eswatini is widely known for its culture, the richness in our culture, and the way we have preserved our culture, and the way we're so proud of our culture. But the question is Eswatini culture or Swati culture innovative? If yes, what management systems are in place to manage such innovation? So I think we are better placed to answer this one from the hub that you're coming from.
First of all, I'd like to declare I run an indigenous knowledge hub, which is not a cultural institution. It's a research institution that looks at indigenous knowledge prior to the 1800s epochs.
Yes.
Anything else after that, it is infiltrated. It is a cultural study.
Yes.
And I'd like that to be clear.
Sure.
And secondly, I'd like to share with you, I don't do traditional medicines or any indigenous medicines. I think people must broaden their minds. Indigenous knowledge, traditional medicine is one aspect.
Yes.
Indigenous knowledge is bigger and broader, and this is a conversation we need to keep on having.
Yes.
So the knowledge that I specifically specialize in is governance, spirituality, and not the indigenous knowledge spirituality of traditional healers, of kings, queens, the bigger picture, because this is where you find there's a lot of hidden knowledge. The cultural dynamics, you look at Umhlanga, to me, that's a rain dance. I'm having an indigenous knowledge conversation because I can prove it to you that there is an African calendar that Umhlanga, Ingwala aspire to. You look at the dance, I look at the rain that comes out of that. So we can have all sorts of kind of conversations. And it requires a lot of mindset. I was Western like all of you guys before, but my lens is indigenous. And that's where the researcher, the indigenous knowledge researcher needs to come. So you come to me, I'll decolonize you, your lens. I'm not saying Vunlat Baba every day, please don't hear me wrong. But what I'm trying to explain to you is that in the indigenous knowledge, what the cultural paradigm that we have is just a tiny little bit. We have so much more we can do, but this is a conversation for another time.
Yeah, yes, but with that, Doc, that's why I'm asking this question, because I know you work with different people, including even from a cultural perspective, you have interacted definitely with people. Let me make an example. There are ways in which people, like long time ago in Eswatini, for example, or in Africa, they've dealt with issues of climate change, so to say, from an indigenous perspective, they're inherent in our culture, even though it's a tiny aspect of what you do, but what can we contribute to this topic? That in terms of our Eswatini culture, how can it contribute towards?
Yes. We are currently doing a project on climate change, justice, education with my sister who's at the University of Toronto. And it is connected to the indigenous foods. Because once you go into climate change, don't leave out the foods. The foods are the most, food security, chaos theory. There's no governance without foods. So we do connect and come up with multi and transdisciplinary committees that deal with, researchers. And we're currently working in 3 provinces in South Africa. We're starting in September. So there's a lot of work that is being done, but it's just a matter of tapping into understanding that climatic conditions and environmental adaptation is as indigenous as our skin color. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the audience or from the panelists who want to contribute how our culture is innovative and how we can manage that innovation? I can see a hand that Dr. Mkebi is there. I'll go to that hand before we move on to the next question. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, moderator. I want to put another dimension. A different dimension, how our culture, does it encourage innovation? Maybe to some extent, our culture will encourage more stability than efficiency. We would prefer maybe to let things as they are. Innovation sometimes is disruptive, and we may sometimes be wary of that. I was just looking at the environment around me. The transport system, for example, it has been the same for the past 20, 30 years. You go to a bus, there'll be a bus conductor and a driver calling people into the bus, similar. Our postal system, packaging system, it hasn't improved for the past 20 years or whatever years that I've been aware, and I'm a bit now lived a bit. Now, luckily now I've seen that transport, I see the traffic lights, now there's a countdown. When you're approaching the robots there, the traffic lights, there's a countdown. Then maybe that's a positive. But what I want to explain is that sometimes our culture would just prefer that things be stable rather than being disruptive. So maybe we can also attend to that as researchers.
Thank you so much, Doc. One last one on this one before we move on. My time is ticking.
Thank you, Doctor. Mine is just on the issue of the indigenous knowledge system. I'm touched about the broadness of indigenous knowledge, and also you have touched on the climate aspect. So what I'm trying to bring into the house is that let us also consider the early warning system, the indigenous knowledge. The elders, they used to have that knowledge that pairs wemkono, or what has helped make us as a Maswati to divert from that. We really need to integrate the early warning system and the indigenous knowledge. So a study has been done by the university, but there is no buy-in at times. You may bring your idea and say, let us do this as a country, but there is no buy-in. Like, we really need a multi-hazard early warning system in the country. but there is no buy-in. What can we do? You come with an idea, somebody doesn't buy that idea. What are we saying as innovators? Let us just think aloud. I mean, I'm just thinking aloud that what can we say about that? Coming with an idea, but you are not considered with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I can see the hands, but I have 2 minutes left. I think they cheated me on the time. All right, let's go now to the last 2 questions, but one. Maybe I'm going to combine the last 2. But Dr. Mcebisi, having touched on what you touched on in relation to the culture and climate change that we're talking about, is really our research in Eswatini, is it really well placed or responding to these emerging, threats like disasters, droughts, climate change, threat that we're seeing now? Is our research, are we ready now, for example, with solutions based on our research? Are we doing much on that in that area? Or we're just going to be reactive, like Dr. Mlipa mentioned, reactive once the thing is here? Are we really, as a country, doing research towards those, mitigating those and being ready for those disasters?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we are to some extent, but I think the rate at which we are moving in the response is slower than the rate at which things are changing. Let me make an example of. I will speak for agriculture because I'm in agriculture. I think we have observed for the past decade or 2 decades that the yield of maize is going down. On average, we're getting less than 2 tons per hectare. So that means that for 140,000 metric tons that we require for the country, we need 70,000 hectares just to grow maize. And slowly that is degrading, is going down, also because of the state of our soil health. Now, you find that in a decade to come, we now produce, instead of 2, we go to 1.5 or even 1. So we need 140,000 hectares now to grow the same amount. Now, this is disregarding the fact that the population may be growing. So the pace at which we are working to respond to the incidents, then we're not as fast enough. Then on the part also of being more reactive than proactive in our research, I want to make an example of the growing agricultural, we're growing sugarcane, we're growing, which is good, but we are not monitoring, for example, the impact of the nitrates in our rivers, for example. 10 years or 20 years to come, nitrates are carcinogenic. You find we have incidences of cancer, we have deformities in infants, we have reduced fertility in people. Then we become reactive. Then we try to find solutions. That will be 20 years later. So the pace, I'm going back to the fact that our pace of doing research is far slower than how things are changing around.
All right, I think that's what's smart food. Thank you, Dr. Mkonazi. I just want to end with this one because my timekeeper is on my back. But I want to point one question to Dr. Douglas. Just one question before we sit down. So, what policy interventions can we actually, are necessary to stimulate and nurture R&I management in our region or in our countries?
What's the question? What?
So what interventions, what policy interventions are necessary to stimulate and nurture R&I in management, in our context?
I mean, from a policy level, is as long as it's driven from the top, it helps. It's the same with any policy. If there's obvious buy-in from the top, it's easier to implement. But again, it's got to devolve down to the implementers. Is a policy that has no implementation plan will never be implemented. Most of the time we develop policies, we forget to develop necessary regulations that come with that policy. So implementation gets very difficult. And I think as your policy develops, and remember we were talking specifically about R&I, is the role of your research management and the role of the innovation management becomes obvious once you understand what your policy direction is.
Thank you so much. I think that was directly answering the question. May we clap hands for our panelists once again. And thanks to you for being engaged and for your responses. I know I suppressed some hands. I apologize, but I think the panelists will be around so you can continue engaging. But I think we're picking a few things from the discussion. For example, the level of awareness is growing within those in power, and hopefully we shall have that being implemented in terms of policies, in the country, and some funding coming from different sectors, not only government. That's supposed to do that, by the way. And also partnerships. I think those seed companies, there was that mention that we should be doing that more. And also that as researchers must be motivated ourselves, we must motivate our own research and be motivated by our own research. And of course, those incubation companies as well, to work with universities. But as I sit down, I just want to to just throw this to us. I know Dr. Joy mentioned the issue, and Dr. Douglas mentioned the issue of let's not rely on government, right? Let's also use our own resources, And also, I think Prof talked about our universities supporting us to conduct research. But one of the major challenges for someone like myself, who is still in my sort of early to mid-career research, is that in some of our institutions, we can apply for these grants that we are seeing from somewhere, either North, South, or whatever. But one of the requirements is that the institution I'm working in must be having the infrastructure for them to be able to even manage the grants. For the labs that we need and all that. But now I cannot just buy a lab with my own resources. So someone out there, someone who's young, coming from PhD from overseas, wants to establish a lab, but our institutions also have a role to play in enabling the environment for these people to be able to then conduct this research that is so much expensive without actually then being hindered by these resources. So we all have a role to play. Our institutions have a role to play. Everybody has a role to play. But I think going out of here, we see that there's still more that we need to do to improve research in the country. So thank you so much. And we are just going to say goodbye for this afternoon. Otherwise, we're around for questions.
Thank you.
Dr. Shongwe and your panelists for such an insightful session. We have learned a lot. We still wanted to ask questions, but because we've got limited time, we couldn't. But please continue engaging with the panelists if you need clarifications during tea breaks and during dinner. Okay, we're going to move on to the next session, which will be chaired by Mr. Madoda Mziniso from our very own department, RSTI. And the sub-theme for this session is the role of multidisciplinary research in addressing complex challenges. Over to you, Mr. Mziniso.
Thank you, Program Director. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Sorry to the gentlemen here for moving the chairs up and down, but at least we are moving forward. So as I've been rightfully introduced, I'm Madoda Mziniso. I'm from the Department of Research, Science, Technology and Innovation. I am here to chair this session on the role of multidisciplinary research in addressing complex challenges. So ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that as humankind, we are confronted by very complex challenges, and they increasingly become more complex by day, given that our world is moving, we are globalizing, there's always global competition around us. Such problems may involve climate change, COVID-19, which, 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 So now, if I were to ask from the floor to say, can you suggest a solution for COVID or for climate change? Chances are I'll be getting very interesting proposals, because maybe it's influenced by the way some of us were brought up by our traditional leaders, traditional healers, grandmothers. So for me, I would want to have a 5-cent coin and a 10-cent coin, and then I will deal thoroughly with COVID. Someone else from another discipline, mathematics, will say, I want to come up with mathematical modeling. Someone else can say, hey, we should be trying guys from whatever discipline. So I think we can agree to one fact that no one researcher or scientist can work single-handedly to address such complex problems in their entirety. So enhance the session that we have today. And already we've spoken about issues of fostering collaborations, networks, which can probably assist Dr. Shongwe here, because he got the funding, but he doesn't have the infrastructure. So maybe he will want to collaborate with the sister university that has got the infrastructure. So I've got two very distinguished speakers in my session. I've got Professor Ara Monajem. He's from the University of Eswatini. He's been there for close to 30 years now. He's a biodiversity specialist. Already some of his products are laughing here. They are doctors and professors in their own right. So he has published 8 books and more than 200 scientific papers, and he's Swati. So I thought we were going to give me a round of applause on that one. He's here. So he got a recognition to be a founding member of the Kingdom of Eswatini Academy of Sciences, and he has served there diligently as the president. He's the scientist, the reigning scientist of the year. He got the award, the prestigious award from our minister, Professor Ara. Yes, the man. So I'm saying this just to, pull his leg, because he's very modest. So I was asking his CV the other night, and I knew because he's so modest, he wouldn't want to give me. But at the same time, I was praying that he doesn't give me, because he probably will give me 200 pages or 100 pages of a CV and want me to summarize it. So that was going to give me even more work. So he has developed long-term and productive collaborations with ecologists in South Africa, Europe, and USA. So, which is why he's here. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can give it up for Dr. Ara.
High tech. Hello. Hi. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for that super introduction. I don't quite recognize that person, but anyway, it's always like this. You get these big introductions, and then you go on to give a very miserable presentation. Hopefully, it won't be that bad. So, this is a very difficult topic. And in fact, when I was asked to give this, I complained and I said, why can't I just give a talk on science? I'm a scientist, I'm not a science innovator, manager, whatever. They said, no, please, we would like to know how can we increase collaboration and how is it useful for us as scientists? So I will try to address this. The first slide is really not really relevant for me to discuss because we all know as scientists we cannot do things on our own. We need to collaborate. There is no way that a single person can make it in the scientific world on their own. And there's many different reasons for that. One very simple reason is funding. I have no funding in Eswatini, but I've got biodiversity. My colleagues overseas, they have money, but they have no biodiversity. So it makes sense to collaborate. But there are many different kinds of benefits here for collaboration. I don't want to waste time on this. Instead, what I want to do is just talk about what do we mean by collaboration and how do we find collaboration? How do we make sure that it's a good collaboration? And this is where it gets a little bit tricky because when we think of collaboration, sometimes we think about, we go there, hold hands, different languages, different ethnic groups, different religions, and then we'll all be very happy at the end. But it's never going to be that easy because collaboration depends on two different, or at least it depends on two very vital things. The one is that we have to actually work together. Holding hands is not enough. We actually have to do the work. And the second is it's not just the work that we have to do, but we have to contribute ideas behind that work. And these two things have to be met from both sides in a good collaboration. And if we don't have that, immediately we are on bad grounds. But there's more to that. You cannot have good collaboration if there's dishonesty or if there's mistrust or any of a very large number of other problems. We need trust, we need respect, we need mutual understanding. And these things, it's easy to say these things, it's much more difficult to develop them. So, like always, those of you who've been to my talks, I don't like theoretical talks, putting up slides that I download from the internet or use AI to generate for me to show you what is the right way of doing it. I'd rather just go by my own personal example from which you can learn the good things and the bad things. One long-term collaborator that I have is Professor Bob McCleary from the University of Florida. He actually was in Eswatini in the 90s as a Peace Corps volunteer. He went back to the US, did his PhD, and has never left Eswatini in that sense. He's always been around here. And thanks to this collaboration, we've had 15 years that we have taught at the undergraduate level and at a postgraduate level Swazi and American students in the same classroom, in the field in my case, because we work with biodiversity, together building these new types of students that can work across cultures. This collaboration has resulted in at least 3 PhD students that have done their PhDs at the University of Florida. These are all my ex-master students that went on then to do PhDs and now have their own. One of them has, in fact, all 3 are still doing their postdocs, but one of them has a lab in South Africa. The other 2 are still in the US. And we've published lots of papers. And we've heard already that numbers are not important. I will tend to disagree. There is some importance to numbers, but you mustn't overstate those numbers. A relationship that produces 0 publications is not a good relationship. So there is some importance, but we should not overwork it on the wrong side. Now, so that's an example, one example that I've had where the relationship worked very well. There was good collaboration, there was good faith, there was good many things. But can we actually measure in a quantitative way whether a collaboration is good or bad? I believe that there are ways to do it. I've not actually seen anybody develop such a methodology, but I do think that it's possible. And I think there's a very simple test for this. If you look at a scientific paper, here is a paper that this is one of those 34 papers I mentioned, a PhD student by Julie Shapiro that was supervised by Bob McCleary. He's the last author, which is a prominent position. And in fact, it's the most prominent position on a scientific paper, that last author. And this is, as an example, a paper by Ngobi Mamba, who's now a PhD student of mine. He was a master's student at this time. And there I am as the last author, and you can see McCleary somewhere in the middle. If you take our 34 papers that we've published together, McCleary and I, you will find there's a 50% with me at the end, 50% with him at the end, which shows that we have equally had impact, at least in a scientific way. So that, and this is a really important point, because when we see African collaborations, we see a lot of African authors go in the middle somewhere, which is more or less meaningless in this day and age. When you've got 20 authors, when you've got 12 authors, being somewhere in the middle means you actually didn't contribute anything meaningful to that paper. You need to be first, second, or last author. And I believe many collaborations fail because when you quantify it in this way, the African collaborators are always thrown somewhere in the middle. You can also see it if you look at the personal profile of the person that was involved. A good collaboration should stimulate your productivity. This is a measure that, a classical measure of productivity of a scientist, the citations that you've had. This is my own profile. And you can see that for the first few years, there was no productivity. The red arrow is when I started the collaboration with Bob McCleary, and you can see within a year, the impact is already being felt. Within 2 years, that impact has taken off. So here again is another measure of how useful a collaboration is. And again, I don't have data, but I'm willing to bet most African collaborations, when you plot out your citations versus where your collaborators are, you will not see that peak, because that peak did not benefit you as an African collaborator. Which brings me to unfair or imbalanced collaborations, which I think are very common. I've certainly been involved in them, and I know that many of my colleagues at University of Eswatini have experienced the same. And this can be for a whole variety of reasons. It can be that there is not equal sharing of ideas. It can be that we are not all equally contributing to the funds or to the workload or to the publications, as I've just shown earlier. And what I've noticed is that very frequently African collaborators are treated as glorified field assistants. In the case of my field, which is ecology and biodiversity, we are basically treated as field assistants. We go to the field, we collect the data, we go away, and then somebody else analyzes the data, someone else writes the paper, and then you find yourself in the middle. And I've got many examples of this, but I've also got many examples where we have fought against this, which we actually have done quite successfully. My lab, my team working around me. Now, how do we find out who to collaborate with? Because this is a really key question. You need to find the right person to collaborate with, or you're not going to get that good collaboration. And I would like to say that this was my idea, but it was not. It was a paper that I read recently in the journal Nature, and this person identifies 3 key things that collaboration requires. You've got to enjoy working with that person. In other words, there must be a friendly relationship. There must be contribution to the work, and you must have similar ambitions. And if all those 3 are met in the middle there, then you have very good collaboration. So how do you find good collaborators? Well, this is actually not an easy thing, but the first thing you need to know is, what is your field? What are you good at? What is it that you do that you can contribute to somebody else? And I'm willing to bet that most scientists, if you are asked in 1 minute, explain what you do and what your specialization is, most of us would fail because we never think about this question. You've got to be able to, the elevator speech, you've got to be able to articulate your field within 60 seconds and even better within 30 seconds. If you can do that, it means anytime you see an opportunity, you can go up and say, by the way, I liked your... And, sorry, be alert and at any time opportunities can arise. Another very key thing is we often don't realize when the opportunity is hitting us on the head. So if you are alert, you'll recognize those opportunities better. And what better place to get those opportunities than at conferences? And when you attend a conference in your own field where you are supposed to be excited to listen to the talks, how many of us are sitting there on our phones? And I'm also pointing the finger at myself, by the way. I'm not pointing fingers at other people. How many times do we go to conferences of our own that we don't engage fully? And that's our own fault. How many times do we go to conferences but we're too shy to mix because we feel lonely, I'm a Eswatini, I can't mix with what and what or what. Forget about those things. You need to be able to go there and be yourself and be yourself in front of anybody. Now, one thing, and I'm a little bit behind time here, no, just a little bit, is that typically researchers collaborate with people in their own fields. And this is not a problem, but certainly it doesn't provide those solutions that sometimes we're looking for, those big impact solutions. This is where we need ideas from many different fields, and this requires a multi- or interdisciplinary approach. These really should have been 2 separate talks, but I've tried to squeeze them into one. My own field of biodiversity or environmental science, this is a perfect example of a multidisciplinary topic. You need many different fields to be able to move ahead with biodiversity conservation. But saying multidisciplinary is not as easy as just saying it. It's easy to say, but what does it actually mean? Do you mean multi or do you mean interdisciplinary? Because they're not the same thing. How do we communicate across? I can barely communicate with my own scientist friends. How am I going to communicate with a social scientist? Or somebody else with even different ways of understanding and thinking? It can be very frustrating. It can be very stressful. But when it works, it's really great. Here's another example, and this is what I'll end off. Actually, there's one more thing after this. These are projects we've worked on in the African landscape, looking at how can we help small-scale farmers who've got rodent problems, pest problems, reducing yield. And because of this in this case, it was multidisciplinary work, we, across multiple African countries, managed by an African country, Tanzania in this case, we produced a whole lot of papers, but those papers have led to on-the-ground solutions for small-scale farmers having these problems. And this really is the last slide. I want to end. Can I have 60 seconds and I will end? Collaboration is great, which is mostly north-south when we think of it, but it doesn't have to be. Why are we thinking always north-south? Why don't we collaborate amongst ourselves? The global south shares a lot of things in common in terms of climate, biodiversity challenges, and so on. So we have set up a Global Bats South program, a Global South Bats program, which is basically a collaboration of the Global South. And we've trained students, we've got workshops and so on. This is one of my Mozambican master students who was trained up in Mozambique. And this is a new way that we can start thinking, because it doesn't just have to be a north-south kind of collaboration. There's a lot more for us to be able to take in there. Thank you very much, and sorry I was 1 minute over.
Thank you so much, Prof. That was quite a mouthful. And I was sitting amongst the researchers there. They can't wait to bomb you with questions because of the very interesting things or issues you were raising here. Now, I would like to invite my second speaker, who is going to speak on equity in research collaboration. He's Dr. Thabo Sakolo. He's an applied economist with a specialization in environmental economics. He has worked as a research assistant in the Department of Research, Economics, Extension, Rural Development at the University of Pretoria. He has taught at Zwane University. He joined ISEPAC, which is a government thinking tank, as a senior research fellow in 2017, and he has gone up the ranks. Now he's the managing director at ISEPAC, and under his leadership, SEPAC has assisted government in coming up with a post-COVID-19 recovery plan, and is still instrumental in facilitating its implementation. He has spearheaded several research projects aimed at assessing the impact of COVID-19 on a wide range of sectors in Eswatini. So he's not new to complex problems which we are dealing with here. He has got quite a lot of publications in the areas of land reforms, non-market valuation of environmental resources, and so on and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Sakolo on the podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mziniso. Very good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you, timekeeper. I'll try not to promise that I won't be long, because I've seen a bulk of the people who promise not to be long, they end up being twice as long. So I'll keep that promise. But just to be sure, Mr. Mziniso, I just want to make sure that it is a coincidence that you are moderating this session. I am talking about equity. Given that paper that you know that my institution and yours wrote, it's a coincidence, right? It is, yeah. We might have forgotten. You were complaining about not being involved in even at early or something, but yeah, it was just a coincidence. Thank you very much for that. I think my work has been made very easy by the learned professor, who has shared quite extensively about equity and the aspects of collaboration. Just to share just a little bit of experience, he did mention that most of us might have been involved or maybe shortchanged when it comes to equity. Matota is one of them, who was at some point crying that, oh, my name is not even appearing somewhere in the middle after having contributed to this particular paper. And when I was doing my master's, I extracted the paper from my thesis, and then I sent it to my supervisor with my name starting his coming last. The draft came back with the names reversed. I thought it was a mistake. I corrected that order. And then it came back again with the reverse order. And then that's where the paper ended, because of equity on equity issues. But that's not where I am right now. So this is my outline for the presentation. I'll first just go briefly on what is equity in research collaboration, and I'll also touch base on the importance of equity in research collaboration. I'll also talk to the issues of how do we achieve equity in research collaborations I'll obviously skip the things that the professor has rightfully spoke about, and I'll talk to the common challenges and possible solutions. And before I move to the next slide, I need to talk to this one. We are using this word challenge at SEPAC solely for the purposes of this presentation. Otherwise, this word doesn't exist at SEPAC. We have opportunities to shine, not challenges. You remember that the stars only shine after the sun has gone down. Heroes and warriors are made during times of wars. So whenever there's an adversity, we don't see that as an adversity, we see it as an opportunity to shine. So I will present opportunities to shine and possible solutions. So maybe to also return the favor, the prof has touched base on equity things. Let me also start by contributing to collaboration in general. Collaboration, in our view, is grounded in the adage that if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with people. That's the crux. That's the philosophy surrounding collaboration in general. And if you read books like The Fifth Discipline, you will understand that collaboration is the fundamental ingredient when it comes to the so-called systems thinking, whereby you come up with solutions that are solutions, not solutions that becomes basis for 10 worse problem, which comes down to what they call the treatment or the solution, or the cure is worse than the disease. So when we apply systems thinking, you need to bring different minds together. You need to bring different ideas together to make sure that you are getting what you are getting. But then what is equity in research collaboration? I won't go through all the details. I'll just focus on the key terms. The key part is fair and inclusive. When it comes to equity in collaboration, we need to do it with fairness. It has to be inclusive. But the most important part for me is the equal opportunities, contribution, and recognition. That is very key. And I'm happy that Dr. Mlipa and your team, you mentioned equity, not equality. You know, those two concepts are usually, for the longest time, but I'm seeing a drastic improvement now. We are using the word equity more than we use equality. When the whole concept started, we were all pushing for equality, which is, to me, it's a downgrade from the reality or the state that we want to achieve. Equity is more relevant. So, whereby we are saying, if we have worked, if we have contributed equitably, if we have had equal opportunities, and let's also get equitable recognition. So those are the very key things when it comes to the concept of equity. So why is it important to achieve equity? So I've already made the mention of the example that if we don't have equity, a lot of good projects will die. Who knows, maybe my paper would have been the next big thing, even if I have to say it myself. But because my supervisor couldn't lay the foundation for equity, that paper died a natural death. Or it was a natural, it was a man-made. It was stabbed, and then it died. So equity is very important for that we have to establish, and nobody wants to join hands with somebody where they will constantly getting the short end of the stick. So for us to have long and sustainable collaborations, we need to do those collaborations in an equitable way. Nobody wants to be getting the crumbs when everybody is getting rich out of their effort. So equity is very important in that regard. But just to go to the specifics of my presentation, it enhances research quality and innovation. I'm lucky to be part of a very knowledgeable team. And just to correct Magem Nisi, he was not standing for me there. He was rightfully in that panel. Maybe we didn't filter the information down to the organizers, because luckily I work with very smart people. In fact, if you were to measure our IQ, mine will be the lowest. They are all smarter than me, and that's the blessing that I have with my team. So, and it also expands research talent and pool, where diverse perspectives are very necessary in addressing complex challenges. We have in our research team somebody with a very different background. Our senior research fellow has a chemistry background. So he then transferred to policy, research, and after some time. So we are lucky to have the diverse perspectives when it comes to discussing, which is very key when it comes to now sort of attacking or solving complex global or environment or everyday problems that we have. But it also increases public trust and relevance. If you get into a room, no matter how many hours you sit and you get out and say, now I have the solution, versus if 10 people from different spheres, different backgrounds get into a room and come out and say, we found a solution, who do you think they will trust better? The people who have looked at this thing and stress tested it from different angles are more likely to be believed. They are more likely to have a comprehensive kind of solution. We have learned from COVID. When we first tried to solve COVID problems, we applied the previous mentality that we have. We said, no, let's close everything. It's a health crisis. Let's do nothing. And then we realized, if we do nothing, we'll die of hunger. No, let's go to work. But if we go to work, we will catch COVID and die. It was then when we realized that, no, what? Now we need to apply, we need to collaborate and say how much of the lives are we going to save, or how much of the strategy of saving lives are we going to apply, and how much of the strategy to save the economy are going to apply. And then we worked where the two strategies met. We would not have achieved that if we left that solution-seeking endeavor to the economists, as well as we would not have achieved that if we had left it solely to the health practitioners. So that collaborations and the equitable, because this is what is also key. We are not bringing the people for the sake of bringing them together. They should be willing to operate at the optimal, because you are not getting all you want as a part of the puzzle. We are only contributing, and whatever that will come on the other side of the collaboration will be a blend. And we are only getting a blend if we are providing or if we are working equitably. If we go into a room, research economists, mathematicians, and then we still come up with an purely economic model, that collaboration is not equitable. We should come with a blend, which then gives us what we need. So then how to achieve equitable research collaborations? Dr. Maseko in the morning did touch on the very importance of issues, and Dr. Mlipa also touched on that one. We need to document how we are going to do things so that therefore this is what we are going to do. We should be guided by policies to say, this is what we want to achieve. We know we come and go in the offices, but if we are guided by a policy, we are sure that whatever we do will be constant, there will be continuity, there will be institutional memory, there will be all these other things. We are referring, because as human beings, we are emotional beings. If you rely on how I feel at a particular day, then I would want to collaborate with that one and not that one. And then if we no longer see eye to eyes with him, Lipa, oh, by the way, after that presently, we are still friends. So don't worry, we are still okay. So the policies are good in that aspect. But we also need to promote inclusive research culture. The culture, I wish, I still have 10 minutes, thanks, or 5. Thank you, my timekeeper. No, I'm left with a couple of slides now. The culture, I will spend a minute on the culture because it's very important for me and it's closest to my heart. We need to create a culture. We need to embed this thing in a culture. Just like our businesses are failing because we don't have the culture of repaying the person whom I have borrowed the money. It's not in our culture. It's not because we can't find more money from people, but because we get money from 3Fs, family, friends, and fools. Then that's where we are going to miss it. So we need the culture to collaborate, and we need the culture to be inclusive in our collaboration. So the culture is very key, but I can't spend all my minutes on it. The fair, equitable, and collaboration practices that are already covered, accountability and transparency, it has to be clear, because between the back and forth, me and my supervisor, we were not talking. I didn't know why he changed it to that. So it was a black box for me. If only it was transparent. No, if I put your name first, they won't accept it, or whatever reason I might have yielded to that. But because it was not transparent, then I didn't know, and then it didn't happen. And we need to have sustained commitment and long-term efforts. We should not be reactive. A lot of the speakers before me did mention that we are mostly reactive. But if we deliberately embark on long-term programs that will foster equity, collaboration, and all other things, then we will be able to sustain. And the opportunities to shine and the possible solutions. The first one is that we have deep-rooted systematic bias and inequalities. Those from academia, they will know, and I won't mention any departments by name, but you will see, I think there are these departments that are here and there are those that are there. And if we collaborate from that perspective, then that usually even shows up in the collaborations. We don't get the equity that we want. So that's the one opportunity to shine that we have, or challenge that we have. But then to circumvent that, we can do trainings like the SARIMA president has said. We do need to train ourselves. The good thing about learned people is that even if they say whatever we do, adversity does not relate to what we do at the job, but what is fundamental is that we demonstrate the ability to be trained. We are trainable. You sit down and do nothing, and you sit down even when you see that I'm not supposed to be sitting here. You develop the patience to sit down and learn something. So that's the one thing good about people who've been through the system. And then the other one is limited access to resources and opportunities. Usually, if you are collaborating as a partner, the way we uptake your ideas, or the way they will take your ideas, is commensurate or is proportional to the amount of money that you have contributed to the table, which is also a problem. No, I'm not going to mention your name. Relax, my brother. I'm not going to say that. So that's the other challenge that we have when it comes to collaboration. So we need to also make sure that over and above, we try to create a structure, or even though it sounds utopia, but we need to create a target funding for programs and fellowship programs, but also to build the capacity of whosoever is collaborating with us to be in a position to get the funds. This is the very last slide. And the last one is lack of diversity in the teams. Chances are, if we're in a research team or leadership, and we are all economists, nobody will tell us that we need somebody from the pure sciences. We have a chemist who will say, no, but this one is no longer a socio-economic problem. Now we need somebody from another field. So if we are like-minded people, it's easy to work, but we are lacking the person who will then be, they will always say they play the devil's advocate. We miss out on that one. And to address that one, we have to constantly seek diversity in our teams. It's important to have diversity in gender, diversity in age, diversity in a lot of other things. It comes with all the problems, but it also comes with all the benefits that we can think of. With that, program director and the timekeeper, thank you very much. I will hand back to Mr. Mtsiniso.
Thank you so much. I think, ladies and gentlemen, let us give them another round of applause. Thank you. Yes, I wanted them that you'll be flooding them with questions, and they continued to stay. So show them what I was talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a couple of questions from my end, and I think, to avoid the up and down, so we'll ask questions to our speakers here, and they will just come up to the podium to address. You will see them here. The first question I want to ask, Prof. Here you are talking about sharing of ideas. I understand you have got a criteria for selecting your collaborators. But now I want to understand, I want you to share with the researchers and scientists who are here, at what stage do you talk about issues of ownership of whatever research you are going to conduct? Because there can be an element of surprise. We're just doing this thing for the fun of it, and all of a sudden it has value. It can be commercialized in the market. So, and someone probably will want to quickly do that, and someone else will want to probably publish it. So at what stage, because we don't want to see researchers going to courts instead of spending time at the labs, now you are busy fighting over results that were commercialized without your consent. So that's the first one. And to the second one will be our innovation system is deemed to be weak because of the gap between industry and the academia. So now with this multidisciplinary research or collaborative research, how are we planning to bring the private sector on board? I understand there might be different views on this one because we've just heard some of us believe as researchers we must also have the ability to fund ourselves. And then to Dr. Sakolo, yes, he said for us to move far, we must move together. But at the same time, I was listening to a video by Jack Ma. I think we all know him. He was saying it is easy to get fools to work together. But it's not the case when we are talking about intelligent people. That was his experience. So now we are talking multidisciplinary research. So now you want to co-opt a professor who is a guru in what he's doing. How do you manage that? Because all of you guys now, you know everything. I want to put it that way, so to say. So I think, yeah, we can start. Oh, okay, and the last one for Dr. Sakolo, you raised issues about policies, and Dr. Rejoice is here. Does it mean to facilitate or to foster this multidisciplinary research, or to accommodate this issue of equity in collaborations? Does it mean we have to rethink our policies, come up with the new policies just to promote this multidisciplinary research? I thank you. Yeah, we'll start with Prof. Ara. And colleagues, please don't hesitate to raise up your hands if you've got a question.
Okay, let me answer the first question first. The commercialization without consent, ownership of ideas, and what my views are on that. My views are very simple. I'm not, as a scientist, interested in commercialization of ideas, and therefore I don't care as me if someone steals my ideas. My ideas have been stolen, my data has been stolen. It doesn't make any difference to me. I choose my collaborators as best as I can. If they steal from me, I will simply not work with them again. I know this is not a good answer, but it's the truth answer. It's the truthful answer. That is my answer. That is how I operate. And you will quickly find that the people who take advantage, they get pointed out. And you will know very quickly within a few years, don't work with that person from that university because he's going to steal your ideas, steal your data, whatever. The one point I do want to emphasize is that it's more important to have your data stolen, but you moving forward, than to use to sit back, lock yourself in, and hold onto your data until your death and never go anywhere. So I would say, don't be afraid of having your data stolen. In fact, if your data or ideas are stolen, it shows that you have something valuable to give. But choose your next collaborator a bit better. The second was how to bring private sector into multidisciplinary research. I have just a very simple answer to that, and that is I'm already involved with private sector research. Right now, I've got a student working on how to reduce damage to sugarcane fields down in the Sumunya area. She was working till 5 a.m. this morning, checking on her owl boxes that she's put up. If we can reach out to people in a meaningful way and to see that the little research we do can be of benefit to them, people will trust in us and will want to work with us. We don't need big ideas. My ideas are not big ideas. I don't lie to people and promise them the world. I just said to them, you've got a rodent problem in your sugarcane fields. I work with rodents. I know what eats them. Owls eat them. Can we try to put owl boxes, and can we have a PhD student working on it at the same time? These kinds of, that's again my own personal answer. It's not an answer for everyone, but I don't know what happens in the private sector. I can only tell you from my own little experience, there are openings available if we only, I go back to my point about know what it is that we can do, so that when you meet the right person, I met the CEO of Sumunya for 5 minutes. In that 5 minutes, we sold him this project to fund a PhD student working on. And I think these kinds of things, the more we do, the easier it will be for other people to work with private sectors. We should not confuse ourselves as scientists. One last point on this matter. There is a real missing gap, field of study that doesn't have a name. And I was talking to Dr. Msana about this, between my own field, which is environment biological sciences, and the private sector. There is a field of study in there. In other fields, it's called engineering. In other fields, it's called medicine and veterinary. This field does not currently exist. And it is not right or fair to think that scientists should stretch themselves into this field. These fields need to be developed in their own right, given their own names, and manned by and womaned by people with the right skills.
Okay, thanks for that question. And you raised a very important question, Mr. Mtsiniso. The question of how do you deal with the Mr. Know-it-all. It's easy to have a collaboration, and it degrades to an academic sparring, where it becomes now who knows better than who. So go back to what Prof has just said. Choosing your collaborators is very key. But what I've also realized, and also maybe seem to find as a common thread across all the books, not so many that I've read, is that when we are young, we know everything. That is both on age and career-wise. As you grow, instead of knowing that you know that you don't know. So if you find people within the increasing slope of the parabola where they still know that they know, then you are collaborating with the wrong people. But when you find the likes of Professor, you are unlikely to get into an academic sparring, because that person has, the moment he stands up and tries to make a point, his brain has calculated the probability to be wrong. But if you pick somebody who is still very novice, somebody very junior, they will be very confident. That's why Dean Bennett, in his book called The Idiot Brain, defining that a person who has a very low IQ, they are very confident. And the person who are very smart, they are not so very confident, because their brain betrays them. So if you get to work with people who are seasoned in whatever subject, you are likely to get the results that you because they will be going there knowing that whatever that they are holding is not perfect. So they will be willing to complement it with something else. So the selection of your collaborators is very key in that regard. And then the second one on the policies. The policies, they need not to be national policies. We start with institutional policies. If we, as an institution, we know that when we are conducting a research of this caliber, we don't have all the skills. We don't need to spread ourselves across everything. Now there is AI, but we still need a person who will understand what they are talking about. We are very unsure what's happening behind the AI, where that information is taken. So we need somebody who will still make the judgment front end to say, this is okay, this is not okay. I always tell my colleagues that even if something you got from a published paper, it can still be wrong. It can still, telling me that you got it from a published paper, it doesn't stick, doesn't say anything to me. It's not a justification good enough to say it is correct. So that's why we still need to have policies that will guide us, that if we are working on this one, we need a guru, we need an expert in programming, we need an aspect in economics, we need an aspect in whatever, so that we are making sure it shouldn't be Tengetile's discretion to say, I'm taking this research on, therefore I'm going to bring whosoever. They should be guided by whatever that policy that we are working on. So the institutional policies can then culminate to some bigger policies that can shape our research agenda. And the NRC that is coming, they can even come up with some precise guidelines at a national level that if you want to conduct a research of this caliber, this is how we can do it. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we are not doing well with time, but let's try to be as brief as possible when we are asking our questions. So I'll start with my director. Sorry for the favorism. I've got only 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Bilaterals, don't forget, outside.
Mr. Mtsinis. Thank you so much. Hopefully next time we'll remember that the audience should ask first. Congratulations once again for such a highly informative presentation. We are also grateful. We've gained a lot. But there is something that maybe we, as researchers, we don't share in most cases. For example, it's not easy to be a researcher. Why am I saying it's not easy? The politics. Once upon a time, I even said, you say at universities, the researchers, they just behave like teenagers at times, because you find that here you are, Prof, you are saying we have lots and lots of collaborations, but I tell you, you find that if you have a boss, the boss will say, from your 200 publications, my name must be there, without having any contribution, just for signing your proposals, your contracts. How has been the environment in your case? Not only that, just for graduating students, you'll find that you have a few friends around the corridors. Just for that, I know a case where they don't even care whether the student will suffer or not. Those are researchers with PhDs, professors. You'll get into the lab, you find that samples for your student, they've disappeared. 2 years' work, those are researchers. How did you manage those politics? Then in case of Sakolo, I wanted to find out, or maybe it's also referring to Prof, in terms of your choice of students, because you find that out of desperation, the students will join your group because there is money, but only to find that the student will spend 10 years because in any case, it was not his or her interest area. So how do you manage that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take another one from the President.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, a comment. And thank you for this brilliant presentation, both presentations. First, Prof. Ara, I will thank you for putting it so clear, the need for supporting researchers. That's the area of research and innovation management. For example, when you have to go out to the field and negotiate with the CEO of the companies, some researchers are just not good on that because they are focused on their work at the lab and they are not good in communications. Some universities have started to have a kind of businessman, I don't know what name to give to this. That is the man who will support researchers in going outside and negotiate with them, contracts, and all this sort of relationships, bringing students up and down. So thank you for making it so clear they needed to have that area which you said there is a gap. Yes, there is a gap, and that gap belongs to research and innovation management. Congratulations for being so good as a researcher and as a negotiator, but not all researchers are like that. And thanks also for putting it clear that impact is just not about the numbers. When we say not only publishing, it's not only publishing, of course, we still have to publish, but impact, it's not only about the numbers, and you gave us some good narratives which shows impact. Narratives can show us the impact. It's not only about numbers. And thank you also for the second presenter, especially talking about equity and inclusion. We have to keep talking about that. We know that 20 years ago, for example, there were researchers about women which didn't include a single woman because women were taught, you have to sit at home and doing just domestic work. Even in specific diseases on women, women were excluded. So inclusivity and equity is about us having different perspectives to solve our problems. So both presentations, as I said, it was just a comment, not questions. Congratulations, thank you.
Thanks, President. Dr. Duck.
Okay, so nothing from me. I'll engage offline. I think it's easier from a time perspective, but it's also about saying the whole point of research management and the tech transfer function is to exactly plug the gaps you're talking about. And there is a very simple, none of the issues you face are new. And there are systems in place that have been put in place to specifically address those. And we need institutions really to rise to that point where there are supporting researchers, so researchers aren't in this middle space where they're not too sure what to do. Thank you.
Take-home message, yes. Yes, you can answer and give a take-home message. So
take-home message. Take-home message. Okay, let me start with university politics and infighting. This one is very easy. My head of department, my dean, my pro-vice-chancellor are all in the room. So all I can say is my life is very beautiful at the university. But on a serious note, I've been at the university for 31 years now, and I can say in all honesty, I have not once faced any obstacle put down by the university to slow down my progress. I won't say that the university has always been supporting and always been pushing and helping, but they've never put an obstacle. And to me, that's a really important matter because I know personally many African professors from all over the continent who have left their universities because they could not cope with the jealousies. As soon as you start producing a bit more than the next person, the jealousies begin, and the rumors and all these bad things. And, somebody was asking, I think it was the minister saying, why is Africa not performing? And she rightly said we need to look inside because the problems are here amongst ourselves. We need to find out what our problems are and solve them. One of these problems is this jealousy that we find so ubiquitous on this continent. So if we can, rather than be jealous, rather than find ways to stop someone, why don't we find ways to partner with that person? They can raise all of us up. Instead of us pulling one person down, that person can lift all of us up. So my own personal experience is I have not had any infighting. Or if my good friend Professor Mahlaba was here, he would tell me I wouldn't even recognize it if it was happening around me. I float in a different kind of a world. I don't seem to understand much that goes around me. I just focus on my science. And for me, that is, as long as I can do science, as long as I can teach students and engage in science, I am happy. The second one was how to manage students who join my lab because there's money, but they don't really want to be there. I, again, don't have experience of that. I have graduated more than 20 Swazi students at an MSc level since 2013, because in 2013 we had regulations for masters coming in. Every single one of those more than 20 students finished exactly within their allotted 4 semesters. So I don't know this thing about students who are not interested. And this is again a personal take, and I might be completely out of line to say it. My experience is when there's a student that's dissatisfied, look at the supervisor. There's probably something wrong with that supervisor, something that's stupid, the supervisor is not doing right. We must realize that as professors, we are in the service providing industry. The students have paid for a service. Our service is to mentor, to teach, and all of that. And we need to do that at the best of our abilities. We are not at the university because the university is made for us. The university is made for the students. And we need to remember that. And we need to remember when the student sends you a draft proposal, you cannot take 3 months to respond and say, and I've got several students in the class here, but you can ask any of my students, how long does it take to get feedback from me? It will be measured in hours rather than in weeks. And it is how much dedication you're willing to give to your students. And I personally believe this very strongly, that there is no such thing as a bad student. There's only bad teachers. So again, we need to look inwards. And it's a very difficult thing because it looks negatively on us, but the only person I can change is myself. I cannot change anyone else. So let's do the best that we can to change ourselves, to improve what we are doing.
Okay, thank you. We've reached the end of our session. And for those who are following us online, please, you can ask your questions through your chats. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Prof. and Doc here. Thank you so much. Even for me.
Thank you very much. I think that sub-theme is very, very important, the one that we're covering. Not that it is more important than the others, but when it comes to research, collaboration, we have seen so many collaborations because of inequalities, especially the Global South, Global North, which we really like so much. There's just a lot that is going on there that is discouraging to our researchers in the Global South. So I think now we're just going to, with your permission, of course, we're just going to go straight to our last presentation, which would be chaired by Ms. Matendra from ENPC, where they should be discussing, they'll be discussing on ethical and responsible research practices. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still talking about strengthening innovation and, of course, research management. We are still at Happy Valley and just taking a look at the proceedings that are happening here today. And so much has been said. This was the third session of the day. And, of course, we're just talking about some of the things that were highlighted here. I was talking about, how research is not implemented in university and colleges as well. And I think that is a valid point. And also what was highlighted was the importance of just taking taking notice that culture can play a vital role into us not being people that have innovativeness, not being people that have creativity as well. And of course, the collaboration, guys. Collaboration is very important. And for industry experts from different fields to help each other, you can't have an industry expert from the same field as well. I feel like I'm a scientist myself now. And of course, guys, we also talk about policy interventions as well as making sure that if you are making a policy, it must be something that you are ready to implement. And from myself, Nomalungelo Jele, it's goodbye for now. But of course, there's a fourth session that is about to start right now, happening right now. We hope that people are taking notice of what is being said here. And of course, learning from the experience, learning from the conversations that are being had. So enjoy the last session of the day. God bless.
But how are we going to be able to ensure that we practice ethics in this? Just recently, I was reading an article where there was a student at the University of Cape Town, a PhD student, that actually drafted their whole thesis using AI. And they didn't have to go through all the research papers. They didn't have to do all the writing, but they were able to just draft all their thesis using AI. So we need to, it's becoming an urgency, especially in research, to ensure that we implement ethical and responsible research practices. So our presenter for this session, who will be giving us detailed information and also just educating us about the importance of ethical and responsible research practices, is Dr. Sibanze, who will be talking about ethical and responsible research practices. Can you please give a round of applause?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. The time and the day is fast spent, and I know that you are tired, and it's very difficult to have the last presentation of the day, but I will attempt to engage you so that you can be able to listen to me. My name, as I've been introduced, I'm Gogo Sibande. I'm from the University of Eswatini, under the Eswatini Institute for Research in Traditional Medicine, Medicinal and Indigenous Food Plants. And perhaps the reason I was invited today to make this presentation is because I'm part of the Ethics Committee, the Human Subjects Ethics Review Committee at the University of Eswatini. So perhaps that's the reason, much bigger reason why I am doing this presentation. And I'm going to combine the two presentations as you've seen in your programs. So I'm doing the presentation also by my colleague, Dr. Twala Spiwe, who is unfortunately out of the country. And so we've had to do some bit of research collaboration there. So you are going to see it firsthand right now, because I have had to merge our presentations. But anyway, they are very much aligned. And so it should be easy to speak to both the presentation. And I think maybe just as a opener, Bongile has just given me that, wow, curveball, thinking AI and ethics. It's such a complex thing, something that I think Professor Mota is going to talk to tomorrow. Because traditionally, the way that we did research, AI was not there. And so when we look at ethics, we were not actually viewing ethics in terms of that, which I think is something that we are now needing to look back into our policies in our countries and in our research institutions to look at what are the ethics around the use of artificial intelligence. I don't know if I remember how to use, yeah. So now my presentation is looking at the ethical landscape for researchers and how we can conduct responsible research. So this is my outline. It's quite simple. It's quite really brief. I hope I won't bore you. That's my fear of talking to people and they sleep. So when I can go ahead, okay. So what I want to maybe talk about is, you know, when you are a researcher, I'm a researcher myself, and I've been in the research space for the past 20 years. And so one of the things that perhaps is very difficult for us as researchers is we have these ideas, we know what we want to do, but now when you think ethics, it seems like a hurdle somewhere. It's like something that has been put there to stop you, to frustrate you. And you know, we all dread submitting that ethics application because now they are going to start wanting you to change this, to do this, and sometimes we most likely view it as a hindrance and a delay to our implementing research. But you know, ethics really are important in our landscape, particularly when you think about the consequences if your research has no ethics approval or someone has not looked into it. Because I think most researchers, when they are planning their research, they forget that they are biased. They are not looking at the bigger picture. So you really need someone else to look at what you are planning to do and to review it and help you. So the process is essentially not to frustrate a researcher, but it's to help you adhere to ethical guidelines to avoid the consequences that bad research now will attract. Even as Bongile is talking about it, you know, the student submitted the thesis, but why did you read about it? Because somebody caught up on it. So eventually, you will find yourself that whatever you thought you were going ahead and doing and maybe getting ahead of everybody, but it does catch up with you. So we must be responsible researchers, and when we conduct research, we must be adhere to ethical principles. And I think maybe also as a disclaimer, I'm looking at ethics from the human subjects, researching on human subjects. You probably have seen that there's a consent, so we don't consent when they are microorganisms or animals or what. There are other processes there, but I'm looking particularly when we are doing either whatever research that we are doing in the sciences or the social sciences, but where human subjects are involved. And so the whole process there is really centered around protecting the study participants. We want the information. We want to have policies informed by research, but then how can we protect the participants and their well-being as we do this research? So really, ethics approval is just trying to help us balance the whole landscape so that we are looking at the participants as well and not thinking about the target, because normally that's what you are sitting there to do. Now, so one of the things that we actually consider when we look at ethics applications is to maybe, these are not all, but these are some of the things that we are looking at, whether there is voluntary participation by your study subjects, whether there is informed consent, have you given them enough information to allow them to make the decision whether to participate or not? How are you going to ensure anonymity, or if not anonymity, confidentiality, and whether there is potential harm, or how are you going to safeguard your participants if there is, and also how are you going to communicate? I think the other things in between, like the study design, because you find sometimes that people are submitting applications where the study design is not really going to answer the question. Now you've used human subjects, but you can't even get to the conclusion or to where you thought you were going. So that also is in the process when we are looking at ethical research. So I'm going to narrow it down to, I think, 3 or 4 of the things that we are actually looking at when we are looking at ethics in research. One, the first key thing is to protect your study participants, the human subjects that you are working with. We need to protect them. And I think maybe if I go here, that might be easier. So when you are looking at a study, there are components to when you are looking at ethics. Maybe I should have gone. I hope I'm not missing any important thing here. Okay, but one of the things that we need to look at when we are looking at ethical research is to look at the consent, the process of consenting, because sometimes people, they rush through this and they think people have consented. So when you're looking at working with human beings for your research, you want to have those 4 components, all of them, really justly done. The first one is to look at the information. You know, we always have an information sheet. So the information that you have in there must be sufficient, must tell you exactly what is going to happen. The person you are actually using as a study subject must be able to consent. They must have the capacity to consent. Because sometimes you say, I'm going to do this study on this certain group of people, and they're unable to give the consent. Sometimes it's a limitation of age, sometimes it's a limitation of mental capacity or ability. So all of those things are important, and it must be voluntary. The aspect of voluntariness is important, and also you must be able to show us the decision, how you are going to ensure that or capture the decision that is there, and that eventually is made by the person. So yes, I've just gone into this briefly. The capacity sometimes can be affected by the age, but also even in cases, I think sometimes it's really sensitive topics, and the person is really affected by this, the questions that you would be, or even emotionally by the questions that you are asking. So you want to think about that, as well as when you think about consent, are they able to actually give you the answers that you have? I think the important thing here with human subjects, particularly when we are looking at the social sciences, is you want to have the participants giving consent, yes, but also you want the credibility of your research, because that goes hand in hand. So if they have not given you consent, or they have no information, enough information on the research, what tends to happen is that they may give you information, but we do not know whether that information is true and can be used to draw the conclusions that you want to do. So it's really important to know if the people have the capacity to consent. I think one of the critical groups that we wanted to highlight was armed forces, for example. You know how their line of work is like a command all the time. So how do you determine consent there, particularly if the study is you are coming in through their superiors and you want now to interview junior officers? How do you determine if they're actually consenting or they're actually following a command from the superior? So those are important. So if the person has no capacity to consent, then you cannot say that there is a consent there. And so the other information that I think we want to know is in your application, you must have enough information for the study participant. Information like what the study is about, information about what is going to be done with the results, and who is going to do the study. We want to see all of that in the information sheet, and you have to specify what benefits there are, because sometimes I've seen particularly clinical trials in other countries, then there's a monetary benefit to that. So you really need to state all of that as you submit your application. If there's no benefit, the participant must know upfront that there's no personal benefit for them to participate in the study, as well as the risks. You must clearly state all of those, the confidentiality, you must communicate the rights of the participant. I think one of the things that is important maybe here to highlight the rights of the participant is that sometimes when we want to do the study, we really want the numbers, because you are looking at the sample size and you are looking at everything that you want to do. And so you want everybody that you are trying to recruit to part of the study. But participants you must let them know that they are free to withdraw from the study anytime they wish to. And if they do not even want to participate in your study, you must be able to do that. So information is critical. I think I've said that it's normally summarized in the information sheet. And I think for us here in Eswatini, we also prefer that your information sheet is also in the local language, particularly if you are dealing with communities. So translating the information sheet from your English that you probably would have submitted, but in a translated version of what you are going to now use in the as you talk to your study participants. The issue of voluntariness, I think I've also said that there must be no coercion. Even if you've got pressure to have an X number of participants in your study size, because once you coerce them, then it's a ripple effect. It affects the credibility of your results. So that is important, that you do not coerce. So basically, then when we come to the decision, you must ascertain that the person is able to consent. They have the capacity to do that. You've given them the information in the way that they can be able to synthesize it, and now they've shown willingness to participate, then a decision is made, and that must be either recorded, and you must not assume that even if they say that your study looks good, that doesn't mean they are consenting to the study. So you must actually have a yes from them. So yeah, maybe basically I can skip through the rest. And I think maybe one thing that maybe we need to highlight is that children and vulnerable groups, you have to have some special provision for them. Particularly children, they do not consent to a study. They only assent. It is the guardian or the parent who will give the consent. But other thing that we need to note here is that even if the guardian consents and the child doesn't want to participate, then that's the end of the story. So we must be careful of that. And the other issue that I want us to maybe rush through as well is the issue of confidentiality and data protection as we do our research ethically. And because that is so if our data has been compromised, then our whatever analysis that we are looking for is also compromised. So we really need to ensure that we are able to ascertain confidentiality and anonymity. Sometimes I can say that anonymity is not always possible, depends on the different research that we do, but we must try to have both these aspects. I don't know if I need to, we probably share the slides, right? So yes, some of the aspects here I won't delve into it because of time, but also the important thing maybe that we can think about is that it looks like I went back. Issues of data protection, and in Eswatini I wanted to highlight this specifically because we now have a Data Protection Act, and so we really need to safeguard data that we collect. There are principles that we need to adhere to as we collect the data, because it's sometimes confidential information. Where is my pointer? Where is it supposed to sense? No, I'm just thinking there's a pointer, but where is the gadget that I'm moving? This is the one. Okay. Because it's not responding anymore. Yeah, but they're moving. Oh, that's fine. I've got it now. Sorry. So these are some practical safeguards when we look at data protection. So you can have physical safeguards, like you've got them in locked cabinets and all of that, or administrative, looking at into your databases, who has access to those, technical, or even within your research design, like your anonymity and all of that, and confidentiality. Those are important aspects that we need to consider. And studies that do not incorporate confidentiality, they are not credible. I think I've said this, and they are unethical and illegal. So really, it's important that we look into this issue as we do our research. And the other issue that maybe we need to look at is the issue of transparency. Now, this issue of transparency, I get, is very difficult when you think about transparency and privacy all in the same vein. I want to quickly go and say, transparency wants to ensure that the research that you're doing is done ethically. That's the whole point, because now we need to trust you. We can't consume outputs that we do not trust the process. Sometimes I've seen papers where people draw conclusions. Honestly, if you look at the entire paper and the conclusions that are drawn and the study methods, these things are not aligned. So transparency is important so that when we consume the research outputs, we are informed. And let me rush through that. I want to come to this slide where we are looking at balancing transparency and privacy. And I think, yeah, that is where we need to do, because on the one hand, we said privacy, confidentiality. How do we then balance confidentiality and transparency? Because those are things that now we are required. I think when we are looking at your informed consent, we want to how you have said you would share, because you are being transparent to your participants. You have to state that upfront. So that's the aspect of transparency. And then you can anonymize the data, yes, which will help in the privacy aspect of the research. Then you also include control, access control to the data. You must also have clear policies. I think this is also very important as we are looking at these all disruptive technologies that are coming up. We need to look at our policies as well that are going to help us balance between transparency and privacy. And I think that last bullet is important, because now when you do not have a facility like an ethics review committee within your organization and you are conducting that research, you are missing out on quite a lot of things. The transparency part can be done through that review process. And the reviewers can help you and guide you on how you can balance between transparency and privacy. I think, thank you very much. That was very rushed. I don't even feel like I've communicated anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sibanze. Can you please give her another round of applause for that informative presentation? I am particularly interested in the ethical and responsible practices, especially as an aspiring researcher, but within the industry space. We're seeing a lot of technology coming up, and we cannot run away from AI. I have time for questions. But just as you think about your questions, my first question would be, as researchers, how do we ensure ethical practices in a world where now information is readily available on the internet? There's also AI as well. How do we then ensure ethical practices in such an environment? Okay. I see hands coming up, so if you want to answer my question.
Mine is not to attempt to answer the question, but I just wanted to say there's a course, an online course called Research Ethics and Integrity, offered by VETS online. People can actually attend that. I think it's about 12,000, 13,000. It's a 6-week course. It goes towards your professionalization as a research manager. So ladies and gentlemen, all the information that my sister has shared, you can actually even get more, and you can actually, I think her work is about 60% of the course material. So already by listening to you, I have passed the course. So for me to get the certificate, I'll register and then write the exam. So let us try that. They have tech transfer also there on the VETS digital. They have issues on gender, and the good thing is that they go towards your professionalization as a research manager or as a tech transfer practitioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a hand. Are you attempting to answer my question?
Maybe in part. I just wanted to make it. Oh, thank you so much for the presentation, Dr. Spanza and Dr. Twala. Mine's just partly answering your question in terms of, I'm from the health sector. So in Eswatini, the health sector is one of the most vigilant in terms of human subject research adhering to the ethics. But I've noted as well that we have other research being done by colleagues from other sectors or other thematic areas. I'll make an example. I've had some students coming from, say, social science, from education, coming to interview me as a participant. And when I ask about ethical clearance, they would just say, no, we don't do it, or we didn't do it. I don't know what happens. Maybe someone can explain this room who are from the other fields where you have humans participating in research, but you don't have ethical boards or committees approving studies of students or even of those who are doing postgraduate and PhDs. So I think the start is there that maybe we need to have as a country, because maybe the National Research Council will assist in that, because in that sector we're doing well. I can say that, but I don't know in other sectors what goes on there. So maybe strengthening those areas, either in our curricula or education or policies within our universities, I don't know. But I have had, not once, more than once, people coming from different sectors, but they are doing research on human subjects, but they don't have any ethical clearance from any board. So I think that's a good start to have some way of regulating that, even from other sectors, not only the health sector, in Eswatini doing well on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that. Just also while still on that note, I do remember from our previous session on collaboration where the prof did indicate that there was some point where perhaps maybe their research data is stolen. How do you also ensure that doesn't happen in research?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Just to respond to what Dr. Shonga is saying, and before I do that, let me just say that to our researchers, the issue of ethical clearance is not there as a stumbling block in your research path. Don't see it as such, but see it as a way of improving the process. Think about it in this way. You hit the jackpot, you come up with an innovation that has commercial value, you take it to the market, and then along the line, someone comes up and say, yeah, but when that person was collecting data, they did such and such and such. So this is a way of protecting yourself to make sure that you do the process efficiently. Coming to what Dr. Shonga is saying, it is true that a lot of our universities do not have these ethical boards in place. Even at the university where we do have 3 ethical boards, where you're supposed to submit your application for ethical clearance, we still do have people who bypass the process. So it is incumbent upon us, and it's easy. We don't have the police. Dr. Sbanza sits in one of our committees. The research center manages those committees. But we have no way of stopping you from doing your research. What can we do? We can't take you to court. We can't call the police on you. But it's incumbent upon you to make sure that you go through the process to make sure that you improve your research process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair, you ask how
we make sure that ethics are applied during a research process. So I'm from Health too. In our Department of Health, we have the Ethics Research Board, and on top of that, we have monitors who usually monitor the research process as a researcher is conducting it. And they don't like monitor it once, they continuously monitor it until that researcher finishes the research. If they find that there is something wrong or something fishy on it, they stop that research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just a comment. I guess in business, when we do the research, in fact, like just getting a customer, especially in the product sort of industry where now it's just you have packaged rice, now we're taking the sample to get the customer, which is market research. So now in that instance, it's a different type of research where now it's about convincing another businessman to be a client. And of course, getting the market price so that when you construct your business plan flow, it's based actually on the market price. And that market price, you're supposed to be given by the business owner where you're supposed to sell your products to. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. You just mentioned about the issue of AI. So in my mind, I was just browsing through in the morning, and I saw an ebook was saying you can write an ebook through AI and make money, generate income. So now we're saying there are ethics here. What are we saying really? Because the world is far ahead of us. So what really are we saying? Because AI can generate anything for you, but the thing is, what can we do to move forward as we're seeing this? Thank you.
I have someone brave to answer my question.
I don't know if I'll provide the answer, but this is now my contribution to this. Remember, we are talking ethics. So the question is, do you own that intellectual property to actually benefit money from it? Because the computer generated it for you. And so is it even ethical to reap the benefits from something that you have not produced yourself? I think that is the ethical question that we need to ask ourselves. AI, I think I've listened to Professor Mota speak at a point. AI has, if we allow AI to overtake us humans, AI will be more intelligent than us. I think we need to work in the space of deciding, as a country, let me make the issue of GMOs. We made a decision about that, right? But the world was still using GMOs. So it is within ourselves to determine our policies and to determine our directions through our policies. So I don't think that we should take the position that if the world is moving fast this way, we just get on the bandwagon without actually thinking what the implications thereof. So I think for me, it's important that we as a Maswati define our landscape we define ourselves within the AI landscape. Otherwise, then we can actually do so many things with AI and unethical things. I think it's important that we define what is ethical for us and enshrine that in our policies, then we can be able to move forward. I think for me, that's fundamentally the important thing. If the world is going that way, we don't really have to join without thinking. We have to make a deliberate decision to say we are joining on our terms and these are our terms.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sbanze. So if it's to be, it's up to us. So we are the ones who are responsible. So if ethics fail, that means we have failed. Good enough, we have the Ministry of ICT here. Yes, Dr. Joyce, go ahead, please.
I think I'm covered by Dr. Sbanze because we are in the process and it's urgent of developing our own policies, including the artificial intelligence one. So we want to know from our stakeholders, what is it that is good for us? What is it that we think will not work? But having said that, I wanted to find out from Dr. Mlip, just a follow-up question. Don't we have a situation where maybe if I'm conducting research, then I'm bypassing all the processes? Because in most universities, like we are saying, there are committees. You must produce a certificate signed by the chair of that committee before it moves on to the ethics committee to say this has been checked and it does not involve human beings or animals, so it's okay that there's no ethical clearance certificate. So how are we doing it?
Thank you very much, Director. So our system is such that we, for instance, at faculty level, we have faculty research committees. So if a staff member wants to do research, it needs to go to the faculty research committee. Where the dean will sign off to say this research is fine. But the fine does not necessarily cover ethical issues. The fine can be, this is a good quality, this is a good concept, this is a good idea, this is important, this is necessary. So that's what the dean is signing on. And then the person goes, the next step is them making the application for ethical clearance before they actually start doing the research. So that's the problematic part, to say the person has all the other signatures that are necessary, even from their committee, yes, at faculty level, but then the person applies for ethical clearance. And you find that before we even give ethical clearance, the person has started with data collection. Or the person makes an ethical application for clearance, whereas they did the project 2 months ago. It's because they've hit a wall somewhere, someone wants ethical clearance. So that is why I'm saying it's difficult to police this. My colleague over there was saying that they have checkpoints, they have people following researchers. How practical is that in an economy where you don't have people who are assigned to do that? We have a problem, and Dr. Sbanze can attest to this, we have a problem having the committee sit down to look at the application in real time. How difficult is it going to be then to follow the person to make sure that, you haven't started doing the research, or you're doing it the way you said you would. So it becomes a bit of a problem. So that is why, for me, from where I'm at in terms of research coordination, I'm making a plea to the researchers. Don't think about ethical clearance in a negative way. It's there to help the process. It's not there to stop you. But please do not jump that process, because it will catch up with you at some point, and then it becomes a problem.
Yes, just to say something on what Milpa is saying, at the Faculty of Sciences, UNESCO, it is different because the Ministry of Health regulates research. So all undergrad students, even if undergraduate, you have to subject your study to the local IRB, which is the committee in Mabane campus that looks at all the studies for students. If it passes there, it then goes to the Ministry of Health, the Eswatini National Health and Research Review Board, that also then rise to say, yes, the student can go ahead and do the study. If you are postgraduate at Faculty of Sciences, you submit to the local committee in the campus. It's an ethics committee. It looks at the rank of the research, and then you get a clearance. You go to the Ministry of Health, Eswatini National Health Research and Review Board, and they do their own thorough, if you're a postgraduate student, their own review, and you get comments before you can be cleared. And at Faculty of Sciences, you do not go and collect data in any facility without the clearance from the Eswatini Health and Human Research Review Board. It's not the other way around. is the ministry first giving the clearance to the ethics board, and then you can go to the facility, and then you ask for administrative permission to do a study. So I think maybe it's different in other fields. That's what I was asking earlier on, to say maybe it's different, and maybe we need to do something to capacitate our researchers. Even if I have a PhD, maybe don't assume that I know these things, how they happen. Also probably because maybe there's no capacitation, like in terms of capacity in faculties, other faculties who have their own committees to do what I'm talking about. Probably it's a lesson for us across the country, universities.
Thank you very much. I can take a few more questions.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
Yeah, there was I'm tempted to also come in here to assist, Dr. Sbanza with the question that you asked on ethics in the AR era. When it comes to AI, there's really nothing to worry about because the concerns about, ethical usage and so forth, they should not really be there. Whenever a new technology comes, we've been there, like in the late 90s, when the internet first came with the same concerns, but the world moved on. Then new technologies like this Wikipedia with the same concerns, the world moved on. I hear somebody saying that anyone can write a book now. It's not really the case. What happens is with AI, the knowledge base of AI is mostly the internet, right? So what AI does is that it collates the information faster and writes something coherent. Then when you read it, you'll be convinced that, oh, this is great research. When in fact, when it comes to research, specifically in research, you are the expert, not the AI. But when you're writing a poem or a song, it's great because it's creative, right? Or when I use it to draw a nice image, it's fun. But research, there is nothing to worry about. These concerns were there more than a year ago. These days, people don't worry about it because there are now guidelines, specific guidelines. When you're doing research, there are guidelines for maybe citing, you declare that this data was analyzed by this and that. So the world has moved on. It's just that when you are, experiencing it for the first time, you get amazed and you worry about this and that. So the most important thing for us, which we must focus on, is the capacity building, training on ethical usage, particularly for our students who may be excited that, okay, this can write my homework. So you need to guide them on how to use it, ethically and responsibly. So that's what we should be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that because AI is here. So I think what's key is how it's for us to actually ensure that we use it in a way that actually promotes ethical research practices. Yes, there's another hand.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sbanza, for the insightful presentation and the discussions going around the house. But I think for me, more than anything, it's just a comment on the fact that in the this we need it like yesterday, and I can see, at least the health sector has got a good template that has been working, and unfortunately for the other sectors, this has not been practiced very well. Yet we have slowly introduced such systems. I'll speak for the University of Eswatini. But there's also a need to be aggressive to your office, Babe Mlipa, about awareness creation around this space. Because I think Dr. Shonge just mentioned, people have come to him, even myself, giving me questionnaires and without ethical clearance. And you find that even if I were to refuse, I'm just one out of 50, my one will not even matter. But if we start in-house to also raise awareness, some people genuinely, probably out of ignorance, do not know that you need to have that guidance. So I think probably I'll just say we need advocacy around this space, and so that we, as a country, we forge a way forward.
So I keep hearing that it's one of the key things that are required is educating the general public about ethical research practices. Please go ahead, Prof.
Thank you, Ms. Matsenjwa. And I think for most of us, we mustn't just focus on the research that we are doing now. The ethical principles are perpetual. Whether it's 20 years down the line, that information must remain confidential. No one must link the information to the next person or have an idea of where that information came from. That's what is key. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my timekeeper tells me I have 1 minute. I can take one last question or comment.
From the gentleman here.
Okay, no problem.
A very good afternoon. I think for me it's quite an inspiring discussion. I just probably have 1 or 2 comments emanating from the presenter with regards to privacy. You did mention that we can anonymize data, like hide certain information. But looking at our landscape, you can hide data to a certain degree. For example, data about companies that have been registered maybe in the past 10 years in the country. You may hide the identities, but you can do a reverse engineering. So because we are a very small nation, the way our data is quite small for some areas. So I don't know how we can overcome that as a country to say the privacy, we can go to a certain degree, but we cannot completely eliminate it. So I think it's very important more than anything when we address ethics consideration to appeal, as probably some have said, to say let's treat data with delicacy. And I think also the issues of fine must be something that goes up front, where we have people that have paid a huge cost when they have been found to probably leak data, because this comes with exploitation, and other people now have competitive advantage because of the data leakages. So I think as a country, the awareness will probably help us to sensitize these things.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we can all agree that it's important to practice ethics in research. I know in research there's this motto, either you publish or you perish, but quality is also very important. So it's important that we actually apply ethics even as we publish or conduct our research, because imagine if you publish 34 articles and you didn't practice ethics and people cite your articles. The moment it is discovered that your research was not ethical, then it affects all the other researchers as well. So it's very important that we practice ethics. So thank you very much, Dr. Sibanze, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsenjwa and Dr. Sibanze, for that informative discussion. I think we have learned a lot. As researchers, we know now that we don't have to bypass that ethical clearance. It's very, very important. We have come to the end of our day 1 program. Thank you very much. From morning you've been here. Stwele, Nanyalo are still here. Asistishayele ntandla for that. We've seen in so many conferences people leaving after lunch, but here, sikhona, up until the last end of our program. Thank you very much. It really shows ukuthi loku siyakufuna, loku siyakubona bomgcoka bawo. So now, I just have a few announcements for us. As you can see from our program, we have dinner starting from 6 up until 10. It's not going to go up to 10, obviously. Okay, the ministry is under the dinner. So we have, and we have, okay, I want to say this. Please don't run away from the dinner. Sikhanze attend abantu labang 40 kuphela. Please. We all know, would see, for every, yes. Can you please attend the dinner as we promised that we're going to attend? And I think because we have ended, maybe, what's the time now? It's 5:10. Can we maybe, oh, okay. Can we maybe start it at 6:30 so that people have got time to refresh and come back? And then tomorrow we're going to start at 8 o'clock. We realize there are so many issues that we need clarification on. Today, some of the discussions, because of time, we couldn't go forever on those discussions. There's just a lot to discuss. So we'll just maybe in the first hour go through today's program, and maybe seek for clarification in Guguma presenters at Alamuhla and my panelists at Alamuhla. So ngicabanga ukuthi nyalo director utawasi valela, and then maybe we go and come back now 6:30. Thank you. Oh, the gala dinner is in Konala, Happy Valley. Yeah, they are still yet to show us the venue, but it should be next. But we'll let you know. Oh, okay. So I'll ask Tembelane to pray for us. Siqale ngemthandazo. Ngebe ngicela directors valele ngawo. Siqale ngemthandazo, sigcina ngemthandazo. Thank you, Tembelane.
Thank you so much. Shall we bow our heads and pray? Our Heavenly Father, even at this moment, oh God, we come before you, my Father. We thank you, my Father, for this day. You have been with us, my Father. We've seen your leadership. From the moment, my Father, we've set foot in this place. Siyacela Nkosi ukuthi ezitawuhlukana nyalo ubekanye nathi. Egameni lika Jesu. Sayithandazela my Father, nedina my Father. Ukuthi ahambe kahle egameni lika Jesu. Amen.